Oh, hey, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I'm chilling. Mm-hmm.
I remember when you would say that you love me.
Oh yeah.
Yo, wait.
Oh yeah. Little, you know how it is. You know how we got to do. One time for the one time. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys have had a happy holidays. You know what I mean? Everything is good and you guys are in the best of health. Uh I'm just here chilling, trying to enjoy myself. You know what I mean? Listening to a little Ralph Rosario.
Every way. You love me
Takes
once,
me
you
back.
love me twice. But my boy hasn't been so nice. You used to hold me, you used to feel me, you used to kiss me, you used to touch me, you used to please me.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, all right. So the copyright people get on me and hit me with flags and stuff. Uh, let's get it cracking. Back to the. Let's get it cracking. Let me see where are we? Okay, here we go. All right. Anyway, guys, yeah. So I was just wanted to say once again, I hope you guys had a happy holidays and happy Thanksgiving. Hope everything went great. Hope you guys got your gobble gobble on, all that good stuff. Um, hey man, you know what I mean? Hey, come on, Carrie. You know I'm old school, baby. Yeah. Now I'm one of those, you know, you grow up in Brooklyn and you're here in the 80s and 90s, you got to listen to everything, man. You can't be a square and just listen to what you think you should like. You know, it ain't just about hip hop, it ain't just about R&B. I listen to everything, man. Back in the day, I'd be sometimes listening to Kenny G, you know, staring out the window, watching the rain. Nah, but I listen to a lot of different stuff, man, for real. And house music and freestyle, all that stuff, man. It was big back in the day when I was growing up. Lisa and Cult Jam, Cynthia, Johnny O, uh, forget about it, man. Julie Torres, was it? I think it was that, something like that. Uh, all that stuff, man. I can remember being in junior high school listening to the music. We'd be in class, we'd have the windows open, and the park was right across, and they'd be playing freestyle and all types of stuff. I remember when I first heard Bobby Brown's uh Every Little Step, because somebody was playing it in the park, and we was like, "Yo, what is that?" Yeah, man. Anyway, all right, y'all. Let's get it cracking like the norm. Start something a little different. Just you know, I was here chilling, you know, trying to finish up my breakfast. I had to get a little late, but you know, I got it and we good. So let's get the show started the way you guys normally used to getting it started. You know what I mean? Like let's get back to our regularly scheduled programming. All right, let's go. Let me cue up everything and get back. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, we back, baby. Happy Saturday. Let's go. Happy holiday weekend, 4-day weekend for a lot of y'all out there, man. We are blessed and highly favored to wake up another day, open up our eyes, walk the earth. You know what I mean? Not everything's perfect, but you got to make the best of it. Shout out to you, all your family members and loved ones. Hopefully they're all doing well. Please don't forget to check on them. Listen, we all act like we're busy, or other people around us act like they're too busy. It don't take much. You know what I mean? It doesn't take much. You make it take much. You can always take 5 minutes and give somebody a call. Hey, how you doing? I just wanted to check on you, see how you doing. What's going on? Everything cool? All right. I mean, you may be busy right now. I got a little something going on. Maybe we could talk a little later, but I just want to let you know I'm thinking about you. Boom. Call over. And look, now you've already touched the point of emphasis, reached out to your peoples. You know what I mean? Everything can't be perfect. But definitely make sure you do that, y'all. Especially around the holiday time, man. There's a lot going on these days. You know, you never know what anybody's dealing with, but I will tell you, from personal experience, knowing people going through stuff, around the holidays, it's tough. People lose people as we get older, that we're taking more losses. The elders are going bye-bye, our parents are going bye-bye, all this stuff is happening. And then some of us are losing like close friends. So reach out to your peoples, let them know you're thinking about them, especially during the holidays. Real quick, ain't nothing too crazy. I'm not perfect. I still got some calls to make. I can't be about it if I'm gonna say it, I got to be about it too. So, but anyway, like I said, I hope everybody's doing well. And please don't forget, outside of all this checking on your peoples, don't forget to check on yourself. Go get yourself checked. You never know. At least twice a year, at least. That's all I got. But like I said, I hope everybody had a great, happy Thanksgiving, happy holidays. Hope you didn't eat too much. Get the little tryptophan going in the circulation, get it in the blood. You out there in the turkey coma. Yeah, hopefully, but that could be enjoyable. I'll never forget. I don't know what happened, yo. Maybe this has happened to you guys if you have a story like this. Every year, you make turkey and all the other stuff. I used to, back in the day, I used to take pictures of the Thanksgiving dinner. Then I realized everybody takes pictures of the Thanksgiving dinner and the Thanksgiving dinner looks the same. You know what I mean? So why am I keep taking pictures? Like, okay, we know you eating. But you make turkey every year. And I never forget, there was one year, I don't know what it was. We got a drunk bird, yo. It was that bird was like heavy sedated or something. We got a turkey one year that had so much tryptophan in it. When we ate that, I'm telling you, all of us was knocked. Like, no, and the bad part is, like, every time you eat it, so leftovers, you're like, I'm going to sleep. That turkey was drunk on tryptophan, yo. And I don't know if it's supposed to be that way or what happened, but that one year, we got a turkey that was knocking us out. So, yeah, be careful. Some of them turkeys is wild. Anyway, I'm done. All right, so let's get to the usuals. It's Saturday. Got to check the weather, see what's going on. Currently, it is all the way sunny, no clouds in sight. 43 degrees, going up to a high of 45. So it's crisp and cool, and that's what you would expect during this time. We got some unseasonable weather, not too long ago, and that was weird, but we'll take what we can get. Tomorrow is rainy and it's 50 degrees. Monday, partly sunny, 48. Tuesday, 38. Looks like some rain and maybe a couple of snow showers just because it's kind of cold. Wednesday, mostly sunny, 43. Thursday, mostly sunny, 40. And then Friday, mostly sunny, 39. Yeah, and then next week it starts to get into those 30s heavy, 37, 35. Oof. Well, it's about that time, y'all. Anyway, we here. We got to make the best of it. We it happens every year. We got to expect it. So nothing we can do about it. But man, so what is going on? First off, we know that our New York Knicks have won 3 in a row. You know what I mean? Getting back to them winning ways, which is good because the bottom line is, it may not be pretty, but you kind of got to get back to your normally scheduled programming, right? You got to get out there and get these W's. While you're getting the W's, you can learn how to clean stuff up and get better later. But right now, it's all about getting the wins, especially when you're down members like Landry Shamit's out, OG Anunoby's out. You want to try to get as many wins as you can get, man. Just keep it going, like keep building. Knicks are currently 12-6, which is a good start to the season. They had two NBA Cup in-season tournament games these past week. Obviously, Wednesday was important. They played Charlotte and won that game. And then last night they had another big game versus Milwaukee. And you guys know, like, these games are I kind of like it. It does add a little. At first, when they first introduced it, I was like, okay, it didn't really catch on to me. You know what I mean? I think it's gotten better over time because now people are taking it more seriously and they understand the importance of it. And I think some of the players actually like the little gimmick part of it, right? Because not only do you have to win, but if you've lost a game, it gets a little tricky because you might need help from somebody else to win in their games, or you got to worry about the margin of victory, the points. So I'm sure some of these starters, like normally a starter in a blowout game in the fourth quarter would be out the game, right? But in these games, they're like, oh no, we need you to score. So keep scoring as much as you can because it's cumulative. Cumulative. There you go. It's cumulative. So all the points add up and it creates a whole total. So the more points you can get, helps your status, right? So if it comes down to one of those things where, as a tiebreaker or anything, if you scored more points than the other team scored in the tiebreaker, like, you get the lead. So that's important. Yeah, so I think the players like it from that standpoint. We obviously know why the younger players or that don't make a lot of money or the journeyman veterans like it because they get extra incentive. The Knicks already, because last night playing the Bucks and beating the Bucks was 118-109. They qualified to go to the quarterfinals, right? So now it's 4 teams, it's 8 teams, 4 in the East and 4 in the West. And so because they did that, all the players automatically get an extra 50,000. 50,000 might seem like chump change to some of them, but to some guys, 50,000 is 50,000. You know what I mean? And if they win, then that goes up even more. And then if they win, I guess I don't know if they win or if they make it. I think if they make it to the Vegas finals, they all get 500,000. Or is it if they win? I'm not sure. Maybe it's 250. If they win, they all get 500. And so, yeah. And then also the other thing too is like this money is adding up, right? You win this one, you get 50. I mean, they made it to this, they get 50, right? They win the next round, they get more money. They win the next round, they get more money. They make it to the finals and win, they get 500,000. You add all that up, it's not too shabby, you know what I mean? So yeah. For some people, this could be their whole year's salary. Some of the players that are on the cheaper contracts be making like league minimum is 400 something thousand. If they win the whole thing, that's your whole salary in one check. So yeah, it's important in that regards, and it's something for them to play for. So I don't really care too much about the in-season tournament stuff as far as this team winning it. I care about them winning games. Now, if they're winning games and along the way they win the in-season tournament, hey, all right, let's go, baby. That's all that matters. But I want them to keep their eyes on the prize. Just go out there and try to win games and that, just keep it going. You know what I mean? Winning the games it'll turn out however it turns out. That's how I look at it. And we know next up the Knicks have interesting battle. They go up against the Toronto Raptors, which is pretty interesting because not only you're going to go up against 2 former players, not only you're going to go up against a team that OG Anunoby came from, even though he can't play, but it's a team that last time we faced them, Cat gave them the business, and they haven't forgot that because Cat was doing the thing, this all this stuff. And some of them Toronto Raptors fans was not digging it. They're like, okay. So, they're feeling themselves a little bit because they got a better record than the Knicks. I believe they are 14-5. They played more games. So right now they've played more games. So they're 14-5. Toronto's been playing good basketball. So this is an interesting test for both teams. I mean, we haven't faced them; they haven't faced us, and we look like we can be gotten to, especially if we're away from the Garden. So it adds to the intrigue. Even though this game against Toronto is going to be at Madison Square Garden, so that's good. Yeah, man. I think this is a good thing, and plus, while the Knicks are trying to learn how to be, this year's team under Mike Brown, this is a good little like an extra something to push them, which helps them along the road. So I'm sure Mike Brown probably appreciates the fact that they had this in-season tournament because this just adds a little bit of pressure to them going out there. It gives them something to fight for, which allows him to get his points across, right? And make it work a little better for him. Um, Outside of that, I would say there's some stuff that took place in the game last night that was interesting. There's some really positive stuff from last night's game, which you can't say enough about Josh Hart. Like I said, Josh Hart is the player some people love to hate because he's so infectious and has such a personality that he's boisterous to a point, and then he's also funny, a clown, and so he gravitates to people. So you either love him or you don't love him, I guess. But he's just that type of guy that every time you try to write him off, you're writing him off because you know how good he can be to help a team. But when you don't see it consistently, you start to feel a certain way. But then when he does something like he did last night, it all comes full circle again. And the people who forget who Josh Hart is and what value he has, this is a wake up call again. Just to show you, all right, you might want to trade him, but you're gonna watch what he did last night go somewhere else, right? 19 points, 15 rebounds, 3 steals, 7 assists. You're gonna watch that happen to some other team, right? And oh man, and God forbid he gets traded to a team that is your rival. So yeah, I mean, Josh was just being Josh last night. That was a Josh Hart game for real. Um, um, and you also had the fact that there was points, and I hope that everybody gets it. I hope you guys understand that the Knicks have a system that they're trying to perfect, but along the lines of that system, there's holes and moments for somebody to be creative and get busy, right? The bottom line is you're trying to effectively play better as a team, but you're not trying to take away what someone's good at, right? Jalen Brunson is one of the best ISO players in basketball. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. So to play a certain way collectively as a team throughout 3 quarters and a half, great. But when it comes down to crunch time and you need somebody to score baskets for you, you don't take away or stifle that person's creativity by saying, oh, you know what, we need to pass the ball this amount of times and move our bodies, and then we'll find the shot. No, someone like Jalen Brunson needs the keys, open the door, let him go to work. You know what I mean? Let him drive, whatever he's got to do. And you see, last night is another example of why Jalen Brunson is special. That's what he does. That's why you can't take that away from him. You want him to incorporate the rest of the team in the game, throughout the game, fine. When it's time to make baskets at the end of a game, let Jalen Brunson cook. Last night, no different. Big baskets down the stretch, big baskets in the third, big baskets in the fourth, finished with 37 points and one of the keys to the victory. It just is what it is. Um, that was important. That definitely helped. Hmm. Karl Anthony Towns. So, guys, I don't know what happens, right? I don't know why this happens. I do know, listen, let's not be naive. Milwaukee was trying to take Karl Anthony Towns out of the game. Whoever was guarding him was trying to front him or trying to get in the passing lanes to stop him from getting the ball. And it was working. At sometimes the Knicks wouldn't even pass him the ball because the guys were fronting or getting so like they were doing a good job. But that being said, Cat is a very important part of this team. He's got to be more aggressive. And I don't mean like, bully his way through stuff. I mean like move around on the court and come to, bring your body away from the certain spot so that they can do that. Face up to the basket sometimes, not all the time, but face up to the basket so you can get the ball in a better position so they can't front you, right? And also, last night, even though they were fronting him or trying to prevent the ball from getting to Cat, he also wasn't aggressive on the scoring side of it, right? Because I looked at his numbers and I was disappointed watching the game. But then when you look at the game, like the stats, he didn't take a lot of shots and he didn't shoot bad. He just didn't take a lot of shots. So, I mean, like I said, it's one of those where I'm not mad at Cat. It's not like he played poorly, in my opinion. He just wasn't aggressive enough to really impact the game on the offensive side. On the whatever the other stuff, rebounding and assist, Cat does what Cat does. He still adds value to the team. It's just he could have did more offensively if he just was a little bit more aggressive and moved around a little bit more on the court to get himself in different positions so they couldn't front them and or double team him in the paint or something like that. He just, he kind of just settled. Now, I don't know if that was a game plan or what. I never quite know what it is with Cat and why sometimes he doesn't get involved. Some people are going to say, oh, well, you just talked about it, Ron. Jalen Brunson was ISO ball. No, Jalen Brunson went ISO heavy in the fourth quarter, especially during crunch time. A little bit in the third, but the rest of the game, he wasn't ISO heavy. He was moving the ball, playing within and he didn't play, the whole game. Josh Hart had 7 assists. Who was he passing to? Tyler Kolek played some good minutes in the game. I don't know how many did he. It felt like he played 10 minutes. Okay. I don't know. Jordan Clarkson had 3 assists. So the ball. I mean, they finished with 25 assists for the game, and they shot pretty well for the game. I mean, 45% from the field is it's like right there above league average, but 41% from 3. Now that was great. That's special shooting right there. Even though, Jordan Clarkson was 2 for 13. He struggled, man. He struggled, but everybody else shot well. Like I said, I mean, Cat was 2 for 8 from the field, but you know what I mean? That's not that big of a deal to me because he only took 8 shots. Like if he took more shots, I'd be like, okay, that's terrible. But it's just the type of shots he was taking. It's just the type of shots he was taking. Just can't. I mean, he needs more than 9 points. I just need him to be more involved than that. That's all. Even when he has those games where he has 15 points or whatever and 10 rebounds, 11 rebounds, whatever, that's still I can deal with that because not every night is going to be your night, but not even double digits. I mean, 9 points like that. I don't understand that. I don't get that. And then last but not least, well, first off, before I get to that, I do want to say I think Tyler Kolek played some good minutes. And even if you see he played 10 minutes, he had 5 points, 2 steals, 1 assist. I think he played really good in those 10 minutes. Like he was moving around on the court. He, took opportunities to try to swipe the ball. He got those 2 steals. There was a play that it was a play where it was a pass, I guess, from Hart to Brunson, and Brunson moved around. And no, it was Brunson to Hart. And then Hart tried to get the ball to Cat down low, but they were fronting Cat. So then Hart was looking for another option. The whole middle of the lane was open. Tyler Kolek slashed to the lane, got the ball from Hart, and made the layup. Like, it was like smart IQ basketball. Like last night, Tyler Kolek was not just sitting by. He was actually trying to do whatever he could last night to help the team. We also saw when the Knicks went on a run, he hit a big three to make it like a 13-point lead. It changed, but the point is he helped. Yeah, shout out to Tyler Kolek. Oh, and today you see I got my morning cup of Joe or Joanne. What is this one? So I tried something different. It's okay. It doesn't taste like much. This is the sugar cookie, man. Yeah, it's a sugar cookie latte. Sugar cookie, man. It's all right. It is what it is. No sponsorship. They're not doing anything for me. But yeah, so I think Tyler Kolek played good minutes. Outside of that, I don't know if any other fringe player did something that I like. Yabusele, he played 6 minutes. He had an assist and a rebound. He wasn't terrible, but once again, it's just no sizzle, man. No sizzle. Mitchell Robinson didn't look that great. As far as oh no, I'm tripping. I'm looking at the wrong person. My bad. No, Mitchell looked okay. He played 18 minutes and he had 7 rebounds, 2 steals, 1 assist, 6 points. Yeah, Mitchell was fine. No, I was looking at something else. And that's pretty much it. But now I'm going to get to the person I was waiting to get to. Last but not least, Deuce McBride. Deuce. Deuce played really, really, really good, guys. And all this, everything that Deuce did may not show up in the stat sheet, right? You may not be able to see, if you're just looking at numbers, how good Deuce was. See if I can blow that up a little bit. Bing, 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 bing. There we go. Deuce played 33 minutes. It was a lot of minutes for Deuce. He had 19 points. Okay. One assist, 2 rebounds. So now you look at these numbers and you say, well, I mean, what did he do? I mean, I guess he shot the ball. He had 19 points, but I don't know if he did in 33 minutes. He didn't. Deuce played really good defense last night. I mean, he was playing really good defense, and his main person to guard was that what's that kid's name? Where is he? Ryan Rollins. He was guarding Ryan Rollins a lot of the night. Ryan Rollins played 41 minutes, finished 4 of 10 shooting. He had 13 points. He's not a bad player. He had 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. I mean, he's a good player. But Deuce, if you watch some of the highlights of Deuce's defense, he was all over chasing Ryan Rollins around and making it difficult for him. Like I said, these are NBA players. When NBA players are going good, you can't stop them. You can slow them down, make them frustrated, make it more difficult, get them out of the rhythm. But Deuce did a really good job of that last night. So that's the defensive side. But then when we go back to the 19 points, those 19 points were big. And quite frankly, to me, if Deuce didn't step up and have the game that he had, I don't even know if the Knicks win this game. Jalen Brunson was fantastic. Josh Hart was fantastic. We already know what Cat did. He gave you 9. Oh, and I'm sorry, I failed to mention Mikal Bridges had 14 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, 1 block. Just solid Mikal, right? He was 6 of 12 from the field, 50%, and 2 of 5 from 3 for 40. Mikal is just Mikal. Like, some nights you might get special Mikal where he goes crazy with the offense, but this is just who he is, and I'm very happy with how he's playing. So solid, right? But even with that, to me, if Deuce doesn't give us those 19 points, we don't win this game. Even if Deuce gave us 5 or 6 points, I don't know if it's enough for us to win this game. Deuce's points were huge. His shots were huge because those threes mattered, right? He was 5 of 7 from 3 for 71% and 5 of 8 from the field. And he hit all 4 of his free throws. But those threes were really important. And at one point, he had a stretch where he hit 2 threes back to back. Very important for the Knicks and their run. And that's the difference. And that's why a bench is important, because sometimes you're not going to get everything you want from the starters. They're going to have nights where they can't, they just can't put it all together. And you can't expect Jalen Brunson to have 37 every night. Like, it's really supposed to be, when it comes to Cat and Jalen, you can hope for at least 40 points between the two of them. On most cases, you might say, I could see Cat getting 25 and Brunson getting 25, maybe 50 from the two of them. But you can't count on that. So that's why the bench is important. Guys got to step up. And let me tell you something. Once again, Deuce's points were huge. And I think that's the difference in the game. Like, just from stuff that you're missing, OG not being there, Shamet giving you, 5 to 10 points every given night. And then when he's starting, giving you a little bit more. Like, I think it matters. It matters what Deuce did. So I just want to throw that out there. And but good win nevertheless. And the Knicks advanced to the quarterfinal round of the NBA Cup in the in-season tournament, and they will face the Toronto Raptors on Sunday. All right. Let me get to the chat, see what you guys are talking about a little bit here. Get this out of here. That's not it. There we go. All right, see where you guys are at. Shout out to Crim's dad in the building. Appreciate you. A member of the SKF Army. Salute. He says the Brunson burner dominates and the litter box failed the skin, but with McBride and Hart, we prevailed. Let's go Knicks. His new name is Litter Box. Oh man. Yeah. He just has to be more aggressive. Some nights I don't know. He just, the aggression meter gets low. But I wouldn't say he played bad. Like I said, the aggression meter was low yesterday. It wasn't good. Shout out to Walter Blackman in the building, a member of the SKF Army. Hope you're doing well. He said, good morning, Ron and my Knicks family. Lena Franklin is in the building. Let's go. Lena said, what's up, family? I'm happy we won the game last night. If we move on to the semifinals for the NBA Cup tournament. Well, we're moving to the quarterfinals now. But we'll see if we can get past Toronto. Shout out to Notorious. We are. They is. Shout out to Tori B in the building. Let's go. Say morning, good people. AP is in the building. What up, AP? Good to see you. Says good morning. Chris Gotti's in the building. What up, Chris? Says good morning. Grim's dad says something about Ron maybe got a new watch for his holiday gift. Yeah, man. Listen, like I said, sometimes things happen. And I just gotta figure it out before I start the show, because once I start the show, I'm stuck. Shout out to Travel Vibes in the building. What's going on, Travel? Salute, family. I hope all is well. Great win last night. Yes. That was a good victory. Yeah. Well, I've been eating. I'll tell you that. And I still got, we got leftovers, and we're gonna be eating for another day or so. So, it's weird because we get in the habit of cooking all this food for Thanksgiving. Nobody comes over. It's like, it's me and my family, right? And we're small, but we cook mad food. And then, you like, okay, well, we cook the food and then whatever, we eat every day until it's gone. Yeah, it's easier said than done. Some people eat Thanksgiving dinner that one day and they're done. I'm like, I don't know if I could be that, and then a lot of people eat Thanksgiving dinner the one day, have leftovers the next day, and they're done. Oh no, not here. Here we eat in Thanksgiving dinner, since it's only three of us, and we've got stuffing, the cornbread, the turkey, the mac and cheese, the yam stuff we got going on, the salad, we got the rice, rocco gandules, you know what I'm saying? You know, we got all of that, and asparagus and mushroom mixture stuff, vegetables on the side. Gotta have your veggies. Yeah, we got food for today and tomorrow. Easy. But by the time you get to Sunday, you're like, more. Yeah. So I don't know why we do it the same way. I just can't. I can't not have it the same way, man. Gotta have my foods. Gotta feel like it's a feast. Yeah, but it's crazy. Anyway, shout out to you once again. Shout out to Kerry Cox in the building. Salute Ron. Salute Kerry. I know we've been chopping it up. Shout out to Kareem Grant in the building, member of the SKF Army. What up, Kareem? Good to see you as always, my guy. Let's see. Just Knicks in the building. What up, Just Knicks? Good to see you. Salute. Jersey Shore is here. What up, Jersey Shore? Good morning, chat. Good to see you. JJ's in the building. What up, JJ? Says salute, Ron. Happy Saturday. But do you think Cat should shoot more mid-range shots? He never really does. Maybe it can help expand his game and give defenders something more to think about. I definitely think he should, but I don't know why he doesn't. I'll be honest, I don't get it. I just think he's fallen in love with the three. And with a guy like Cat, not Cat, with a guy who's tall, like a 7-footer who shoots threes, I guess you would be a little concerned because usually, these guys are big. They're big guys, they're strong, and they, sometimes it helps them to shoot from distance because they lack the touch, so they shoot a little too much. That's not Cat's issue. Cat can shoot with touch from anywhere on the court. I don't know. But the one thing I will say, if you guys notice, does it feel like when Cat shoots the three, like you guys know Cat's follow through when he shoots. Do you feel like when he shoots a two that it's a little slower? Like I don't know. Maybe that's it because he's focusing down on his touch to make sure he doesn't overshoot it. Because I feel like when he shoots mid-range shots, he's just a little bit slower, and maybe that's why he doesn't shoot them as much. But he definitely can do it. And he's still taller than most of his defenders that are guarding him. So I don't know why he doesn't shoot the two more, especially if you're in a slump. Why not? You can still shoot. You still can get a touch and get you right back into your shooting mode. Why not shoot mid-range? Like, I don't know what the obsession is with these threes and not a shot that's going to go in. Deuce, Macau, Cat. These guys can shoot the two, and obviously Brunson, and even OG to a certain extent. I don't know what the obsession is. Another player that I would say, I'm not saying he's a great mid-range shooter, but I think Jordan Clarkson needs to stop settling for bad threes. I know. What did I just say? Did I make a joke? We're talking about Jordan Clarkson here. I get it. But some of his threes are like really bad. Like the running three that he takes, I have yet to see him hit one of them. Now, I could be wrong. He might have hit one. I mean, literally one throughout the season. But every time he gets that three where he runs up the court and then just stops and shoots it, every time he misses it. I'm like, why are you even taking that shot? Why can't you just stop, slow your body down, and take a set shot? Because every time he shoots that running three, he misses. What's the point of even shooting the shot? It's just like what your probability of hitting it. What are you doing? Like, I don't get it. But now he has this thing, like he doesn't have a floater, but what he does is when he gets to about the, what is it? I don't know, 10-foot, 8-foot mark in the paint, he does this little stop and mid-range shot. That's his money. That's his bread and butter. Like that's his shot, like his go-to, I guess, when he just needs to put points on the board and get into a rhythm. But why can't he just extend that a little bit more, 12, 14 feet, shoot a little mid-range? I don't know. Like I said, guys settle for these threes. I mean, I know it's the quickest way to score, puts the points on the board, but I don't know. I just think they settle too much. But that's me. All right. Randu's in the building. What up, Randu? Good to see you, my guy. My brother, Dat Franco in the building. What up, Dat Franco in the building, my brother. Blessings to you and yours. Salute to you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Stevie B. Yes, you get it, Chris Gotti. Yeah, freestyle was real, man. I used to have a couple 45s back in the day, you know, the little records for you young whippersnappers, the little records where you had to put the little yellow thing in the middle and then put the record around the thing and then it would play. You know what I mean? I had a couple of those. I had Johnny O and Cynthia, Dream Boy, Dream Girl. I'm really showing you how old I am. I had some stuff, and then I had some mixtapes with freestyle on it, all that stuff, man. I used to have house music. I used to have the Witch Doctor. All right, what? I'm getting. I'm showing you I'm too old. Get out of here, man. All right, move on. Tay is in the building. What's going on? Appreciate you. Hey, you get it. Hey. Darlene is in the building. Let's go. Animal Lex is here. Salute Animal Lex. Salute everyone. I like Jay Hart's energy. He played like this the first couple games when we traded for him. Then Tibbs told him to slow his roll. Yeah. Allah Wise is in the building. What up, Allah? Good to see you, my brother. Knicks Nation is in the building. Salute. Hit the like button. SKF Army. Let's go. Silk Sutton's in the building. Said, hey, Ron, hope you had a good Thanksgiving, my brother. Let's go. Sniper Deuce. Let's go. Facts. You know, like I was making a big deal about Deuce before. I said, you know what, let's get back to Deuce hitting the mid-range shot and get away from, you know, the other stuff. But, you know, last night he had it going. Took the Deuce to the trade. He was rocking. So I'm going to let him go. You good, Deuce. Prezi the boss is in the building. Prezi, I never got your email, man. I mean, your address, bro. I can't send you the cup if you don't send me the address. Yeah, man. Holla at me. Okay, here we go. Prezi putting up the numbers. So champion is 530, right? Per player. Runner-up is 212 per player. Losing semifinalist is 106, and losing quarterfinalist is 53. Okay. So basically what we're talking about here is 53, 106, let's say 150, 212, let's say 350, and 530. So they could win about $900,000. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Appreciate you, Prezi. Brahim, what up, Brahim? Haven't seen you in a minute. Hope everything's good. Said Raptor size will be a major issue, especially without OG. I mean, there's truth there. There's truth. They got a lengthy team over there too. Yeah, good point. And you know, of course, they want to get some get back too. Slow Runner 14 is in the building. So I think the game is in Toronto because Toronto has the home court advantage due to the better point differential in group play. No, so here's the thing. So this is where it's weird, right? I believe it if you guys saw last night's game, it looked like Milwaukee was the home team, even though the game was in the Garden. Right. So I don't know what that's about. But I will tell you that the Toronto game, is supposedly at the Garden because a Nick friend, fan, I don't want to. What do you call it? I can't say friend, and we don't hang out. A Nick associate was offering up 2 tickets for Sunday's game. So the game is being held at the Garden. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, I forgot they do have BI. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's not going to be easy, to be honest. It ain't going to be easy. Dick's going to have to. This may be one of those games where the Knicks have to outscore Toronto. They may not be able to stop them with the height that Toronto has. The Knicks may have to just try to bomb away or really put points on the board. You know what I mean? Make it tough for them. We may not be able to stop them because of their height, because they have an advantage over us, but they may not be able to stop us. That's why we need a big game from Brunson again. We need a really big game from Cat. He has to cat it out. You know, Cat got to get busy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Tori. She says, as the self-appointed president of the Josh Hart fan club, I approve this message. That's what I'm talking about. Slow Runner also says Ingram is playing fantastic. And oh, shoot. Are you kidding me? How did I forget that? They got my Mishkavelli, yo. Oh, no. Oh, no. The Nick killer. Ooh, wee. This is going to be crazy, y'all. Wow, they got my Mishkavelli. Last time we saw Mishkavelli, he put up some numbers against us, folks, back in them San Antonio Spurs days. Ooh, okay. Ooh, they built a little interesting squad over there. I forgot about him. Yeah, man, with Quickly, RJ, with Grady. I'm not saying his last name. You know who he is. Yeah. And obviously their dynamic power forward. Yeah, they got some stuff going on. Huh. NYC B-Ball's in the building. What's going on, NYC? Good to see you. King Ribby's in the building. What up, King Ribby? Good to see you, my guy. Appreciate you. All right, let me breeze through. Send that invite out there in case anybody wants to jump on. Wiz BKLA in the building as the original self-appointed president of the Deuce Hive. I want to say for all who doubted me 2+ years ago that Deuce is an all-around player, I told you so. You know how I feel about Deuce, bro. I never questioned what his ability. I questioned his consistency, and I questioned him on the offensive side of the ball. So it looked great last night. Let's see what he does on Sunday. That's all I can say about Deuce. You know how it is with me and Deuce. Love Deuce, but I need to see him, be consistent. And maybe, plus we felt Sterone 2K6 miss a lot of shots too. Oh, which one who's he talking about? Maybe Deuce? I don't know. Oh, maybe he was talking about Cat when I was talking about Cat, possibly. Either way, appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Legally Grando, your salute everyone. What's going on, Legally Grando? Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Big Lou is in the building. Another Thanksgiving, man. I'm happy you're here with us, Big Lou. I hope you're doing well. I hope your health is treating you well, my brother. I mean, constant. Keep fighting, and I hope you're taking care of yourself as best as you can, brother. I'm wishing you the best. He said, good afternoon, Ron and Knicks family. I hope everyone had a blessed Thanksgiving, man. Same to you and yours, bro. Appreciate you, man. I'm just breezing through. Bear with me, y'all. Seeing what y'all saying. Jim is in the building. Says, hope everyone had a happy Thanksgiving. I think Ron didn't want David Smith here anymore, President. Oh my God. Hey, I told y'all, David Smith is welcome to be here. If you don't see him, it's because he chooses not to be here. He's not banned. He is welcome to come back. I said that when I put him on timeout. I said if you don't see him, it's because he doesn't want to be here. I've already been in the chat with him on other shows. He's around. He's out there. He just chooses not to be here, which is fine. I appreciate the ones who are here. One thing I learned when I was a little older in life, I didn't know this when I was young. You're not going to be everybody's cup of tea. And then if people want to be who they want to be and they don't want to be told about themselves, then that's on them to take it the way they want to take it. That's how it is. That's how it is. I'm not one of them blunt, brash people because, there are people out there that want to tell you about yourself and they're just like, yo, I don't need to hear that. Like, yo, you sound like you just want to tell me something. Nah, I'm not one of those people. Those people are a little too much. But I'm talking about when you actually telling somebody, hey, I don't know if this is the way you should be doing that. You can still get your point across, but I don't know about that. Oh, hey, you got that across already. We got you. Let's work. Now what we're going to talk about. People can't take that. I don't know what to say. It is what it is. Hey, there's my guy, Michael in the building. What up, Yuri? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Tori's chefing it up over there, using that leftover turkey for some good. Mm-hmm. Oh, got them turkey sandwiches. I see you, Carrie. Hope you're not putting the green beans in the turkey sandwich. That's kind of wild. I don't know. Nah, man, I'm just messing with you. Shaw Powers is in the building. Let's get it. One half of the Knicks Real Talk crew. What's going on, my brother? Q Burrow, mad thorough in the building. What up, Q Burrow, brother? They said, salute to Ron in the chat. Brunson is boss. Facts. Nostalgic is in the building. What up, Nostalgic? Good to see you, my guy. D-Ras in the building. Hey, no sugar with clove and ginger. I like that. I mean, I haven't tried it, but it, sounds good. Espresso with MCT oil and butter. Okay, that's different. I have heard people doing the. I'm not that much of a coffee drinker. I'm like, pinky up, foofy. You know what I mean? Let me drink some of my sugar cookie latte, man. But I do know the coffee drinkers, the aficionados, put a little bit of butter in their coffee. I used to have coworkers that would come in with every type of press they could bring in. Like it was like a fashion show, a car show for coffee presses. Every month somebody come in with some new press. Look at this one. Like damn. All right. HRM the Great is in the building. What up, HRM? Good to see you. Andios is in the building. What up, my brother? Appreciate you. Said hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, enjoy the show. Knicks Nation. Let's go. Margaret Edwards. Hey, Margaret. Where you been? I'm just realizing I haven't really seen your name lately. I hope you're doing okay. I hope the families treating themselves well and in the best of health. I hope Thanksgiving was good for you. I hope you are doing okay. Once again, like I said, I haven't really seen your name too much. I hope everything's fine. Wishing you the best. Old man Knicks fan in the building, 45 and older club. You know it. You know how we do. Salute to you. Thank you for being here, man. Right? Prezi, they don't know 45s, the 12 inches, the LPs, real music vibes, no matter the genre. I have a whole shelf full of records and crates. Dude, I lost all my stuff. I don't know what happened. I moved out of my mom's house, years and years ago, and I forgot all about all of that. And I was like, you know what? What happened to my records? Like, I swear to you, like 10 years later, like, what happened to my records? Terrible, bro. The one thing I do have is CDs. Like, I don't have I don't know how everybody's CD collect. I got about 400 CDs still, and I travel with them. I keep like every time I move, I take them with. I don't even listen to them. I don't even know why I have them, but just so I know, Anyway, Winston Hadaway's in the building. What up, Winston? Said greetings to the chat and good game last night. Josh Hart is the real deal. Yes, for sure. Victor Rivera is in the building. What up, Victor? What's going on? He said, what's good, Ron? Been a minute, but still rocking with you. God bless you and yours. Go Knicks, man. Hey, man, my brother, I appreciate you. Jabroni's in the building. Says Sunday. Oh, really? Oh, so when? Oh, my bad. So I'm tripping. Okay. All right. I got it. So Sunday is not a tournament game. It's a regular game. The tournament game is on the 9th or the 10th. Oh, that's what tripped me up. It's just funny. Okay. See, the reason why that tripped me up, Jabroni, is that our first team that we play in the tournament is Toronto, and then we play Toronto on Sunday. So I'm, okay, that's why it confused me. Thank you, Jabroni. Appreciate that, man. You know what? You right. You know what? Because you said that, let me get a little something together for the show and see what actually is going on here. Let's go here. Let's do this. Let's add this. Hold on. NBA Cup real quick. Okay, that'll work. All right. Okay. Let me put my logo on it real quick. You know what I mean? Grab the logo. Resize this bad boy. Let's download it. All right. Appreciate you, Jabroni. Let's be on the right page here. You right. You right. I got to do better. And because of that, let me add this to the mix so we know what we're dealing with here. You know what I mean? That's how it's supposed to be carried out. I'm with you. I like the info. If I can find it. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. The NBA Cup. Now, this will give us the official tissue. Let us know where we're at. There it is. Let me move this banner. So, here it is, guys. So, Tuesday, December 9th is the actual game versus Toronto, and it is a I don't know. Is it a Knick home game or not? I don't know. You can't really tell by this. So, but Sunday's game, tomorrow's game is a Knick home game. So maybe you're right about Toronto having whoever said that earlier about Toronto having the home game when they play the tournament game on Tuesday. And so this is what it looks like, guys. Orlando beat Detroit, so Orlando faces Miami. The Knicks face Toronto in the East. In the West, the Lakers face San Antonio because, this is the Lakers championship. This is what they play for. Then Phoenix versus OKC. Yeah, man. So we got December 9th, next game. Then December 13th, the following Saturday, is the semifinals game. And December 16th, the following Tuesday after that, will be the championship game in Vegas. All right, cool. So at least we know what's going on. Appreciate you guys. All right, let's get back to it. Shout out to Luke Skywalker in the building. Said when Deuce becomes a consistent offensive player, we won't have enough money to pay him. You ain't never lied, brother. That is facts. See, it's the catch 22. When you get what you want, you lose it. That's a fact. Wolverine says, and shout out to you, says first Cat hate, now David Smith hate. He not even here to defend himself. Let's move on. That's a fact. But ain't no hate from me. I'm just calling it what it is. That might be chat hate. I'm not hating. I'm just calling it what it is and saying why he's not here. He is welcome to be here. He chooses not to be here. And the other thing that you guys don't know, which I've said in the past, maybe you didn't catch this, David has sent me DM messages in the past. We have talked. So it's not like I don't know who David is. I don't know him, but I'm saying we've had our little chat messages. So, and I've told him certain things that are positive for his benefit. And I also let him know that I understood where he was coming from. I just felt like the delivery needed to be tweaked a little bit so that he doesn't get a lot of hate. I don't think he really took my words to heart the way he should have. He cleaned it up for a little bit, but then he kind of gravitated back to doing it the way he used to do it, and it is what it is. So shout out to Diamond Gad in the building. Happy holidays, everyone. If y'all ain't reheating this good Thanksgiving food in the house, I don't know what to tell you. I hear that. Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you. All right, I think that's pretty much it, guys. Ron, man, the chosen one. What up, Jay? Peace and blessings to Ron and all. Shout out to you. Mets 21-28 in the building. Road game on the 9th. Okay, yeah, all right. Appreciate you, Mets. Can anyone stop the Thunder? Well, we're going to find out. That's a good question. Agent Super Argo in the building. What up, Agent? Shout out to you. Good to see you. Says, please hit the like button and support the channel. And I gets Muga. Today is the last day for leftovers. I hear you, brother. I hear you. I appreciate you, King Ribby. I'm trying, man. Listen, we're going on 5 years now. Actually, wait. Oh, it is 5 years. November. So yeah, we just hit 5 years. Yay! Let's go. Time flies, man. Time flies. All right, let's send this invite out there. Whoever wants to jump on, by all means, you are always welcome. You know how it is. Paste that. I hear that, Tori. Yeah, man. I wish I could say the same, but nope. All the food we cooked and the slaving in the kitchen. Yeah, guess what? We eating leftovers today. We eating leftovers tomorrow. But Monday is done. Now Monday's a Rizap. Monday, I'm throwing everything out. We out of here. Peace. Shout out to everybody who's tuned in on X and to everybody who's on the tube. Shout out to Facebook people. We got over 101 people watching across all platforms. Appreciate all y'all. You know what I mean? Appreciate all y'all. Please smash the like button if you're on the tube. If you're on another platform, please share out with your friends. Let them know we here rocking. Yeah. Can't tell you how much the support means. It definitely helps. And if you don't know what the like button looks like, it looks a little something like this. Okay. Hey, Parrish Doug is in the building. What up, Parrish? Good to see you. Said great that each player won $50,000 each by winning yesterday. That's a fact. Yep. That is a fact. Okay, so let me do this because I have only a little bit of water here. I don't even know if you can see that. Let me get a little extra water. I'll put you on a quick commercial break. You know how we do, and I'll be right back. I got some people backstage. I want to get them in here. Hold on 1 second. Where's my commercial at? Here we go. Let me remove this this chat thing real quick. All right. I'll be right back, guys. Oh, my fault, guys. I just they not like you ain't ready. You just ain't ready. That's all it. Look, I'm not gonna judge you because you can't do it. It's fine. Not everybody can. Just be there to support, man. Stop the hate. Congratulate. What you doing? They're not like us. They're not like us. We are the Knicks. We are the Knicks. Oh, my bad. Okay. I never know when you guys are there. You guys always catch me off guard when I'm in my own element. Oh, my fault, guys. I just. They not like you ain't ready. You just ain't ready. That's all it. Look, I'm not gonna judge you because you can't do it. It's fine. Not everybody can. Just be there to support, man. Stop the hate. Congratulate. What you doing? They're not like us. They're not like us. We are the Knicks. We are the Knicks. Oh, my bad. Okay. I never know when you guys are there. You guys always catch me off guard when I'm in my own element, man. My bad. My bad. I didn't know y'all were there.
You make it sound like. Why is your father in the bathroom? You blowing your nose?
Okay, I'm back. Let me add y'all. Let me see here. All right.
Hey, where did you go to the store for that water?
No, and then I went to the bathroom. I was like, hey.
Oh, you don't have to. Damn. All right, good.
I mean, yeah, listen, but I gotta take.
What else
If I'm gonna do the commercial break, I might as well take a break.
TMI.
Yeah.
TMI.
What else you do?
TMI.
Write a shopping list while you're in there, and
Hey, you know what I
mean? Well, let me grab my water.
What's going on, my brother? How you doing, Nick Nation? How's everything?
I'm good, brother. You know what I mean? Happy Thanksgiving. Good happy Thanksgiving, and big shout outs to the chat out there. You know what I mean? Listen, I'm feeling it's too good this week, you know, and I think you know some of the reason why. I got a couple of Nick wins, but I also got a few. Don't kick me off the show, Ron. Oh, man. Don't do me like that, brother. A winner's a win, brother, and winners are winners. To get 2 wins in 1 week before I've seen you again, Ron. Come on, man. Come on now.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
I know he's not talking about those
I didn't even name him. I didn't even name
You
him.
didn't name
You
him.
know what I
Oh, I
mean?
got some
You
real
know what I'm
dirty
saying?
names for them,
You
but I
know
would leave
what I'm
it.
saying? Yeah. And Ron, hey. And hey, listen here. And you can't be mad at 2 Philly losses either. I know that. So you're muted, I think, Ron.
That's okay. I can rock with that. Yeah, I can
I
rock
would
with
have
that.
muted myself too
Yeah.
after I heard that.
This guy, he must have, he does, I don't know what's going on, Jay. He must have thought it was Halloween.
Ooh.
Coming in here spooky
Oh
with the
man,
Cowboy talk.
Hey.
Like, what we doing,
Hey, hey,
man?
hey,
Hey,
I
nobody's
never
perfect. You know what
understood
I'm
it in my life. You know that, Ron? I never understood it.
it's
nobody's
The
perfect.
I never
fandom for them, fandom for when we were growing up, fandom for Chicago. You know that was a Jordan thing. That made sense. I think I just never understood it. I never could get it.
You know what it is? You know what it is,
You
Jay?
weren't
You know
born
what it
there.
is?
I know you weren't born there, right?
No.
You are.
You know what it is, Jay? You're a little bit younger than I, and television recordings and how we receive things, like in the early '70s, were definitely different.
mm,
Who we were exposed to, you know what I mean, was very limited. So, you know what I mean? You really didn't see outside of many other conference games or what's the name at all. So, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Let's not forget, just, you know what I mean, not too long ago, the NFL, like some people don't even, understand that, what they call the blackout rules, because, you know what I mean? So games weren't shown in certain what's names. It was a lot of, you know what I mean? It's a lot of little difference point to why
My
certain
uncle
times when
told
you're a
me.
little bit older, directions, it's just a direction. And plus my father was one, you know what I mean? So it was a special thing once, you know what I mean?
that makes sense.
Those old TVs. So
That
it
and
was what,
the other thing
and I'm
too.
loyal.
Oh well, yeah, and I was gonna say the other thing too about the Cowboys. I mean, listen, I think
I didn't name them. I didn't say their name.
no, I know. I
You did. You did.
well,
You did. We are. And Ron just
I
did.
will
I didn't even
say.
say it. I didn't even say it.
Uh-huh.
I will
Uh-huh.
say that back in like especially like the 80s, 90s, early 90s, but really 80s too, Cowboys were a team that had a lot of fun. You know what I mean? They had some fun,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So
40 years
and in
ago.
that time, historically, people were having fun. And the Cowboys kind of represented that, kind of like the '80s Mets. The Mets had fun.
I knew where you were going
So
already. I
it
already
kind
know
of
what you're
like, you know what I
talking
mean?
about.
Like for some people, it's obviously the diehard. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that's where fandom comes from, but I'm saying that kind of ingratiates some other people that don't really care as much about certain sports, but like, oh man, that team is having a blast. It's like the old Miami Hurricanes. They had fun. The Michael Irvin Hurricanes.
Oh,
Yep.
yes. Yes.
So
Yeah.
people love
Yep.
that team, and that's kind of like, but they also won. Don't get me wrong, they won, and the
Right.
Cowboys had good teams in the past. So I get it. That's the two teams that I always look at and I say, why are there so many damn fans in New York that like the Cowboys and like the freaking 49ers? There's so many damn fans over here that like those two teams. It is what it
Yeah.
is.
It was
Also,
a
they got
slogan.
proper colors for walk like the Giant being a big time Giant fan that recently won two Super Bowls opposed to 40 years ago. That was a dig. I'm so
Oh, I see what you did there.
sorry.
I see what you did.
And it
I see
wasn't
what you did.
as recent
It
as
wa-
I
it
think
was
it is.
just a real quick thing. It was never
Yeah,
really America's team. What happened was that was a slogan, and a lot of people don't understand the
Right.
history of it. The history of it was that Kennedy
yeah.
was killed there, so Texas was hated across our country. That slogan came in because they guys were getting pipe bombs, all kind of things thrown at them, Molotov cocktails. If you
Mhm.
really read about what's name, you know what I mean? Because that's just the history point of our country.
Mm.
So it was one of the announcers. He came up with that slogan to try to, engrave them back into people's hearts, and it took off, and it went from there.
Oh,
Just a
okay.
little short story. That's how it became
Yeah,
that
yeah.
that slogan. But
And
Interesting.
how the Giants became the America's team is by winning the last Super Bowl.
Well, that's
But
almost 20 years now, my friend.
You're dropping knowledge, brother. You're dropping knowledge, and it's been a long time. But all my kids were alive for it. That's good news.
That is that. There you go. All right. Well, so
All right,
let's get
enough
back
of that,
to the
because
Knicks.
I
Yeah,
do
let's
forget.
focus.
Because I'm
Let's
getting
focus.
I'm getting my head. It's like it's. Ugh. Oh,
Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
I
Oh, yeah.
know.
Wait. One quick thing.
All right.
I know what he's gonna do, and I appreciate it. You know, let him know that we legit over here at Still Knicks fans. Know the ledge. Let him know.
Facts.
Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Win a prize, show the prize. Let's
You know what
go.
I'm saying? Facts. These cats don't understand. I don't know what this is about. You know what I mean? No, I'm showing it. I'm rocking it. Sides, real. You know what I mean? The tips.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Knowing him and
Look
talking to him,
up under there.
I'm
That's
very
real. That's real.
surprised that he didn't sleep.
there you go.
That's real.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Win something.
And I got another surprise too.
Oh, this guy's full of surprises. Is it Thanksgiving or is it Christmas? Ah,
Well, I wanted to switch back out because you know what I mean. When it's a gift to me, you know what I mean, things like that, and I want something, I like to keep it fresh. I hang it, you know what I mean, do the right thing with it. But I also want to tell you, Ron, that it's the holidays, so I like to pay it forward. So I will be donating the funds for two more hats, for two more Nick hats, whatever you choose to what's name. I will send you the money for two what's name hats. So whenever you what's name, we paying it forward, brother. That's what the holidays are about.
pretty dope. I mean, that's a great idea. I mean, so if that's the case, and I appreciate that, shout out to the people out there that are viewers of the show. Look at that, you guys get the benefit. And so, if he's going to do that, I appreciate you, Nick Nation. Thank you for doing that. If you're going to do that, so what I'll do is we will do a Christmas giveaway right before Christmas. We'll do another giveaway. I'll see how I could put some stuff together, and we'll do that. That will be the Saturday show thing. Because I did tell you the next giveaway is going to be a Saturday show, so it has to be we'll try to see as much as we can get together to make it a giveaway. That's dope. All right, let's go, baby. Yeah, that's
I
dope.
promise to do the same once I win something. I promise.
Andio said, just make sure it ain't rigged. I hear you. Appreciate you, man. So now Mega's not here, but I don't know. I would assume Mega got his as well, but he's not here in the chat. So I mean, maybe he'll let me know that he got it somehow. And like I said, I'm still trying to Prezi. I don't know what's going on, Prezi. Are you here? I don't know what's happening. I'm still trying to get your information so I can send you your cup. I mean, unless you don't want to cut, I don't know what's going on. People don't like to drink coffee or something. They keep redonating, repackaging the cup. If you don't want the cup, let me know. I'll send it to somebody else. But I want to send it to you, Prezi. But let me know, brother. All right. So, what was your thoughts, Nick Nation? How'd you feel about last night's game, brother?
Well, it kind of went the way that I thought it would go. I had reservations, which I was even on the show with Jay there, that who was going to guard Giannis. We did the best as we could with the lineup that we had. I give it to Mikhail. He stepped up a bit. I give it to Josh, you know what I mean, doing what he can. And especially at one point in a really difficult toward the end of the game, where he definitely got up into Giannis and gave Giannis a bit of problems. We know that unfortunately the officials, it's just so, I'm not going to take anything away from that guy. That guy is really good. But what he gets away with at times, the league is just, you know what I mean, they've got to do better. He did a few things that I, you know what I mean, thought that were, underlying dirty in ways, overly aggressive, but you're only you get away with what you're allowed to get away with. So I didn't, wasn't really good with that. But forget him as far as focus on our guys. Deuce, oof, man, was deucing last night, baby. Who. And like I said, what I told people is the same is that we're seeing last year what we thought, or what many thought, was Deuce sliding backwards. That was actually Deuce preparing himself to slide forward. Because as you can see, him coming off the dribble, him coming off the curl, him standing behind that screen, hitting those threes, him getting downhill better, him having a better understanding. And you could just see the more confidence and comfortable he is at shooting. So I thought he did a great thing. And last night, once again, Josh Hart, whatever mental gymnastics that he has to do to jump over and stay aggressive on the offensive end, please keep doing it. Whoever's putting whatever in his Cheerios, his Mike and Ike's, you know what I mean? Make the, they're spicy because there was back in the day. Remember, there used to be a spicy Mike and Ike's. So maybe he's been eating the spicy Mike and Ike's. But whatever he's doing, please keep it going, because when Josh Hart is when he doesn't have that block and he is, going at the basket and taking shots aggressively, we are so much more of a better team. It extends us that where players are laxing back off of him 5 to 8 feet, you know what I mean? So if he can get players to do, to commit further onto him to defense, and he stays aggressive in this way, it is so much better for the team. But my still alarm, which I think I, spoke about is, in length here, I have real concerns with Cat. I'll address some of that later on in the show, but this is a struggle. This is like watching somebody trying to put a square peg into a circle. It's getting tougher, and I have real concerns about his mental state, toward the game. But otherwise, a good grind out game. Brunson does what Brunson does. Put the team on his back. I'm still a little shook. We won, but there's still some issues, I think, as far as how we divert back to on the offensive side, and we start looking like last year as opposed to earlier this year. And I have concerns about that. I have concerns about us falling into the traps and Mike Brown not putting a stamp on certain points of leadership and certain points of direction. Last night, once again, we allowed our offense to not truly get in motion quite a few times, up until the point of 17, 16 seconds. We are not as creative. We are not as balanced when we're not getting into our offense to get the real rotation of 15, 14 seconds. It's limiting us. I don't like it. It happened so much last year, and we thought that they were working on that. But if you look last night, that happened again, and it slows us down, and it slows the progress of our offense. I just think there's a little key factors, certain things that we need that have to be addressed at some point in time. Because when the schedule gets more difficult, when we get into tougher teams, those little things are going to pop their heads back out, and I honestly don't want to see it. So I think some of this stuff has to be addressed now. But that was my take on it.
I hear that. Now that makes sense. Yeah, this some stuff we got to talk about as usual. Yeah. I'll save it, especially for when we get into the cat talk. Shout out to my brother Eru from Die Hard Knicks fans. He put together a little clip about Cat and Mikal Bridges.
Oh yeah, that's my guy, Eru. That is my guy right there, boy.
Eru's funny, man.
Eru right there. He puts it out on his heart, boy. Eru's
right
on the sleeve.
Eru's a good dude, man. Eru's spicy. He's spicy. Some people
Yes.
can't. Some people
Yes.
can't take spice, right?
I love that about Eru. I
Eru's
love
a good
that.
dude.
Yeah.
When you see now, Eru's somebody I could say Eru's a good dude. That's like a brother. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He's part of MBK fam. That's how I met him. We've hung
Yep.
out, we've chilled,
Same
we've
way.
had multiple
Same
games.
way that's how I met him.
So Eru's a good dude, man.
Real good.
So let me say what's up to a couple people. I got D-Rex backstage. Let me add him real quick while I'm doing this.
What's up,
What up,
y'all?
D-Rex? Happy
How y'all
What up,
doing?
D-Rex?
Thanksgiving,
What up? What up? What
Long
up?
time
What
no
up?
talk, Knicks fam.
Yes.
Yes.
Good to
Happy
see you, my
Thanksgiving,
brother.
brother. Happy Thanksgiving, brother.
Let me say, read a couple things real quick. Just say what's up to a couple people, and then we'll get it going. Get to Jay and get to you, D-Rex. Hold on. Let me see if there's anybody I'm missing here. Anybody else other than who I'm thinking of?
Somebody
No.
asking how they could get in touch with you
Oh, sorry. Who?
for what they want.
Oh, okay. Hold on one second. I got you, Prezi. I'm gonna put my email in the thingy again. Hold on. Let me do that real quick. There you go. All right. So I'm gonna pin it. Let me on YouTube. Where's the show? Still. Oh wait, I can't do it from here. Got to switch to my actual channel. Sorry guys, trying to bear with me, trying to do this quick. But anyway, while I'm doing this, Jay, your thoughts on the game and how you feeling about everything?
I think that we're heading in the right direction. I think that in the beginning, Mike Brown, I think that the focus was really on him comparable to most of the players because we wanted to see what the coach was going to put together, what he was going to make as a team. I still haven't grabbed my coffee yet. Make as a team. Yeah, it's all right. I'm going to get there. Like he went on there and he said, something to the effects like our defense is, I liked how our defense looked. That to me, I didn't like that. I like that he coded over it because it wasn't that great. It wasn't fantastic, and I think that we're seeing sometimes that high-powered offense looks a lot like we're playing a little bit of defense, and in most cases we are in the last few days especially playing teams that we could beat. I have a really rough time, and I'm not an apologist about my words. I have a really rough time looking at this team as it's composed right now and saying this is a team that's going to go beat OKC. This is the team that is going to beat. They'll probably beat everybody in the East, but as fully composed at this particular moment, I really having a rough time seeing that. Now, I have gained some level of love for different players. Like I was only calling him Miles because he was too erratic for me. But now he's like the Deuce when the Deuce McBride comes out, plays, he is unbelievable. He hits a three, no rim, no nothing, no anything.
Amazing timing also. His timing.
Great timing. Great, has actually really good court vision. Well, his defense is next to the other guards, head above shoulders with them. But when he's not, It's 9 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists, 4 turnovers. He's been very consistent the last few days. But the last few games we played Brooklyn, Charlotte, and Milwaukee. Game before that, check the stats on that one. Game before that, check stats on that one. I want to see them do things against teams that they need to do, like Orlando and the bigger teams. So yes, I don't know why the refs are giving more to Giannis and they're giving to Brunson, and because maybe he's the face, maybe the whole European thing. But it's like we gotta stop crying about that as they do as a team and we do as a fan base. It's gonna happen. That's it. We're not gonna get the calls. We're going to play 5 versus 8 every time, and we got to know that going into the thing. I mean, people have gotten literally clothesline, knocked to the ground, no call. Okay. And I also am going to save my, I think we're playing much better. We're gelling better right now. We are gelling better right now. And having games like this helps us because they're still NBA teams. Don't get me wrong. And especially last night, opposed to the other 2 games, it really helps us prepare ourselves for other teams. However, we got to do something. We got to be more efficient in many ways. Many ways. You know, we definitely need another big. Definitely, there's no doubt about it in my mind. And hey, we had if we're gonna wait to talk about if that's gonna be a topic, Cat himself, then I'll wait. But yeah, you know what? Brunson is a scoring machine. The ball moves through him. I have no idea how anybody could say take him off the team and we do better. But it's ridiculous. It's the silliest thing I've ever heard. So, I don't know. And I'm not, and I'm before I know we're going to talk about it later, but I'm not a guy who wants like Cat for Giannis. Jalen and Giannis are 2 similar people. I'm also a guy who would not say no to it. I'm just saying I'm not a guy who's pushing for it. So yesterday happened, and it happened just the way I thought it happened. On the show that Nick Nation is talking about, that we were talking about, I got the Knicks number right. We put in that little, where they guess the little the scores and stuff, and I knew they were going to score that, and it was pretty close to what I was thinking. But if we're the team to beat, shouldn't we have washed them? Shouldn't they have been washed?
I feel like that's a disingenuous way of phrasing it because every team struggles against. Like the OKC, the only team they lost to was the Trailblazers. Who they're not a bad team, but are they great? I mean, come on,
No,
that's the only team to beat them this year.
Well, I mean, and the other thing too, before we get to D-Rex and what's his, overall thoughts about everything. Everybody has their own perspective about what you thought or what you think this year is gonna be, right? Some people, I don't want to say that because I haven't really heard a lot of people say that, but I'm sure there might be a couple people out there that are just happy, watching the team be successful and however far they go. But for most of us, it's either championship or bust, which I'm not championship or bust. I think Jay is championship or bust. I think maybe D-Rex is championship or bust. I don't know, Nick Nation, what's your thoughts if it's championship or bust? I am get to the NBA Finals. I'm not saying I expect them to win this year. I'm saying I expect at least for them to get to the NBA Finals. If they get to the NBA Finals and don't win, would I be disappointed? Yes. But I expect them to get there. So that's all I can really ask for. Yes, I want them to win. But so when Jay says, I don't know if this team can beat an OKC, I don't know either. And honestly, if they can't, I wouldn't be shocked. I would be disappointed, yes. But if they just can get there, right, and face OKC, I know anything can happen. We have a shot. But listen, let's keep it real. No team has really looked that great against OKC. They got one loss, y'all. Like OKC looks like a beast. So it don't matter whether or not we think the Knicks are a top team and can win it all. Doesn't matter who is a fan of whoever, whatever team. OKC is still acting like nobody else exists. They are just going out there and winning games. So we just have to keep fighting. And as the season goes along, hopefully we can get to the point where we learn how to dig down deep and beat tough teams. Because if you just keep doing that and keep learning, anything can happen in a 7-game series. One game, not so much. But in a 7-game series, when you get to keep facing the same team and learning their tendencies, of course, it could affect us too. But you have a chance. So I just wanted to get that out there before D-Rex went, because I don't know what everybody thinks. And right now, when you're seeing how the season starts, there's a lot of teams in the East with surprising records. I mean, Toronto's 14-5. Like, the Bulls have got off to a hot start. Detroit has been looking fantastic. There's a lot going on right now. You're looking at these teams like, I was thinking it was going to be the Cavs, the Knicks, Celtics, Tatum got hurt. Like, there's teams jumping out the window all of a sudden that you're like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. And I still tell people that by the end of everything, Philadelphia's going to be right there. It's a whole season, but Philadelphia's got a lot of talent over there. So this whole East is wide open. Orlando's looked great. They don't even have all their pieces. Mo Wagner's still hurt. Paolo's been off and on. Like, there is a lot going on, guys. So I just want to put that out there that nothing is a given. Even Miami, who nobody really thought had a chance, they're playing well. So, all right. D-Rex, what were you going to say, brother?
So I got a lot to get off my chest today.
It's been a minute. We haven't seen you. So, yeah, the floor is yours, brother.
I usually like to, come up here prepared, do my homework. I wanted a little bit more of a sample size before the next time I came up on here.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that I said at the beginning of the season, I said, look out for Chicago and look out for Miami before we lost to them.
Oh, and by the way, sorry, one more thing. I didn't even mention Atlanta. Continue.
Yeah. This whole notion that the East is wide open this year, I don't know where that came from. What, because Tatum is injured and Halliburton's injured? I don't know where people said that. Like, I think this is that drives me crazy about Knicks fans. Is like, I said it last season that we're the only one who improves, and the rest of the NBA is in stasis. They're not, only the Knicks improve from one season to the next. Like, I don't get that. Like, even the fact that we beat the Pistons, the fact that we beat them made them better. You know what I'm saying? Like, we pushed them to the brink in a high stakes playoff environment. Now they have that experience. And people can say, oh, we beat them. Was it an easy series? Absolutely not. It was way harder than the Celtics series, not even comparable, So there's a lot of things I want to say. But first of all, kudos to the captain. JB is absolutely hooping out of his mind. I mean, the last stretch from JB, last night especially, was just masterful. I mean, magical shit. You're very, very grateful to have a guy like that on your team that can just go at any moment and just open it up and just take over a game, So I really respect that. Josh Hart is hooping. Mikal Bridges is hooping. We can go down the list, but the Nova trio settling into their role. Josh Hart, a lot of what I'm going to say is kind of similar in tone to Jay, because if we look at it, okay, the Nets, the Hornets, and the Bucks. These are three really whack defensive teams. The Nets and the Hornets are two of the worst, and the Bucks can't defend without fouling. This is not a defensive, ironclad team, So for us to get off like this against these teams is to be expected. And, one thing that I've looked at, there's two things that I've looked at that have really worried me. So the Knicks are one of the worst in fourth quarter margins this season. We have a negative fourth quarter margin, and we actually even saw it in the last game last night, there was a huge slump. I have it here that we were shooting. I mean, we all saw it. They got absolutely ice cold in the fourth quarter for a stretch there. Luckily, they found their shot again, but we were stuck at like 102 for a long time. We were shooting at 1.25% in the corner. We missed 7 straight shots. We really gave them an avenue to come back into the game last game. And even beyond that, even though we won, let's look at some of the other aspects. Our 3-point defense is ass. We have terrible 3-point defense. And even again, Kyle Kuzma had his best 3-point shooting game of the season last night so far. And even to the point of, before we were projecting the season, I said, don't worry about Orlando, they can't shoot. Well, I forgot that the Knicks' 3-point defense is so astronomically bad that we heal the ability of opposing teams to shoot from 3. If they're struggling from 3, just play the Knicks. Boom, your shot is fixed. It's crazy. Desmond Bane finds his shot. Kyle Kuzma finds his shot, And I've been thinking about it, and I did a lot of research and dug deep. So we changed the coach. We changed the defensive schemes. And even between 2 different coaches, 2 different defensive schemes, we still have really, really bottom of the barrel 3-point defense. So what's the consistent thing there? It's the roster. You have to look at it. And what do you need to play modern NBA 3-point defense? You need tall, athletic wings. You need tall guys that can run up and down the floor because covering the perimeter is more area. They need to run more, and they need to have their long hands on somebody's face. And if their hands are long and their bodies are big, then even if they mess up the coverage or whatever, it doesn't matter because they can make up their mistake with just having long arms. And I feel like, for example, Orlando, did we get outplayed by Orlando, would you say? Did they just play us better? No, not really. It was kind of just a physical brawling match. I think we were a more skilled team, but they just kind of knocked us around. There was no resistance. I mean, what is Landry Shamet doing trying to fight over a screen from Wendell Carter? You know what I'm saying?
Are we talking about the first game or the second game?
Both.
No, I think the second game was more of they just played a little better than us down the stretch, and they were, the defense affected us. The first game, I think they played better than us. They cooked us that first game.
Okay, that's what I'm. Okay, yeah. So in that, yes, you're right. In that case, you're right. But I'm still saying that it's been a consistent issue across 2 coaches and 2 different defensive ways of playing in this team right now. Multiple years, it's consistent defense. The league is only going more in a 3-point direction. So, and also even more to this point, the one young guy that the coach seems to trust off the bench is the 6'2" unathletic white boy, which I'm very happy that he trusts him. I also remember, Ron, that I came up on here. I'm glad. I think in your midweek show I said that the Kolek-Deuce pairing is a really good pairing because people were saying, Deuce should be a PG. He should be assisting, facilitating. We need him to ball handle. That's not his game, bro. And I don't know why you want to shoehorn him into that game because, in my opinion, the most effective version of Deuce is if he gets a couple assists, okay, sure, great, But if he just really super specializes into 3-and-D and off-ball defense, then that could be a really elite player. And he doesn't have to give a fuck about making assists. Sorry. But if Kolek,
you're letting your passion fly. I hear you.
Sorry. But if Kolek is out there with Deuce, you see what I'm saying? Then Kolek can take up that duty, and Deuce can show up for his defense. But even we found out that I don't know where it came from, but I guess Kolek been watching Pablo Prigioni or something. But his defense has been way better. And I'm even peeved that last night he had that awesome steal that could have ended up in a great layup for Cat, and Cat just biffed it. That was such a frustrating play. And I do think I'm not shooting Cat Bale here because he has been playing pool. And going off against bad teams is not impressing anyone. It's great that he had these nice games against the Nets and the Hornets, but we need it against these bigger teams. But that being said, I feel like the game plan for the Bucks last night, which kind of shows the core roster construction idea of the team works. Okay, we can't let Cat go off because Miles Turner cannot stop Cat. We know this already. Giannis, maybe he can stop Cat, but you need him to be doing his thing, And then who else is there on the Bucks? You know what I'm saying? To really stop, there's nobody, So I feel like the fact that you have undersized wing defenders, which, I was skeptical about hard on Giannis. I feel like there were some lapses, but he really played very hard and did a good job, albeit probably Giannis wasn't 100%, but he played good, But because you have undersized wing defenders there, then it also affects Mitchell Robinson, because Mitchell Robinson has been getting cooked on some defensive possessions lately, which is very unlike him, you know. And I feel like it makes you realize that, first of all, that OG is such a valuable player to the team. It's unbelievable how valuable OG is to this team. A sniper and a real defender that you could more or less trust him on any player, and he'll at least do a pretty good job. There's nobody else on this team like that. You know, between the quickness, Mitchell Robinson can block people, but is he gonna on the perimeter? No way. I mean, come on. You know, we've seen it in the last couple of games, and the Orlando game is a perfect example. And if he doesn't have help from his wings, then it all falls to Mitchell Robinson to be the one defensive force on the team, which is not enough. And even, let's say you have Cad and Mitchell Robinson. Oh, so we're undersized, so now we're going to even it out by playing Cad and Mitchell Robinson. Well, they're slow. They're not super fast, agile type centers. They're not that good at defending on the perimeter. Mitchell Robinson is definitely more of a rim protector guy. So we've seen in the last few games some signs for concern. The Celtics seem to have gotten their game together. I'm encouraged, but for me, I'm like, we should be taking this time to invest in the youth and length that we have when we can, because even if they're not playing good, like for example, last night is a great example because Jordan Clarkson in 22 minutes he had 6 points. He missed 5 3-pointers. He went 2 of 13 from the field. So, yeah, okay, solid defense. You grabbed a few rebounds, a few assists. But, for example, if Dottie hits 2 threes, he got the same points as him. You know what I'm saying? In 22 minutes, which is probable. And he's 6'8", so he can at least alter a Kuzma shot or something, you know? So, for me, it's encouraging, but I still feel like it's piecemeal. It's milquetoast. Like, we're getting a little bit more and more and more. Because a lot of people is already like, Kolek, get out of here. He's whack. He's trash. He's not an NBA player. We had this debate. People was killing him for a bad summer league. Like, it really matters, you know? Obviously, you want him to show out in summer league, but if he dominates summer league, is he an NBA caliber player? No. You know? I made the point that Jalen Brunson's bad summer league was worse than Tyler Kolek's bad summer league. So, therefore, Jalen Brunson worse than Tyler. Like, come on, it's silly arguments. But I feel like there's such an ingrained bias against these younger guys that we're not even looking at them as real options. Like, for example, Huck Porty, now we see clearly, for example, Mitchell Robinson had a hard time playing defense in this game. He just did. I mean, Mitchell Robinson is a bench now forever? No, but it's a tough cover. Giannis and all these wings and Kuzma and stuff, it's for all of our centers has been difficult. For Mitch, Kat, and even Huck Porty has been difficult. So, and another even point to that is, remember we said at the beginning is that Mitchell Robinson, we're going to get him 3 lobs per game, right? Where did that go? What happened to that? And I feel like a lot of Mitchell Robinson's inefficiencies, and also get him an easy look at the rim, bro. Get him a dunk, get him a lob, something easy just to get him going and reward him, you know? So for me, it's not frustrating, but I'm like, we should have to look at the long game, the big picture. Because, for example, coming up, we have a back-to-back of the Celtics and the Hornets. So beating both teams twice is hard, you know what I'm saying? The Hornets, we smoked them, but we'll see, you know? And the Celtics, I'm sure they're going to come at us hard, and they seem like they're rehabilitated, whatever. The Raptors, who knows what's going to happen? And to Ron's point, he said about Philly, the game that kind of worries me coming up is that we play the Pacers in Indiana, which beating them in their arena is difficult. I don't care how bad they're playing. You know, Pascal Siakam is going to be crazy that game. And the very next day, we're playing the 76ers in MSG. So that's a very tough back-to-back, in my opinion. That's 2 playoff level games, you know, back-to-back. It doesn't get easier from there. We still have Miami. We still have Orlando on the 7th. You know what I'm saying? So there's still some very big tests for this team. I don't want to discourage the progress that we've seen and say, like, oh, it's the same team and nothing changed. There's improvement. There's real tangible improvement. There's real gelling. There's real level ups. But I'm like, okay, for example, the whole chat, every time I say we should play the kids, everyone shits on me. So me, for example, me crazy guy, I presented a problem. I proposed a solution that we can do tomorrow for free on the team. Now, the challenge to the chat is, what is your solution to the bad 3-point defense of this team? I have a solution. I have a solution that we can do tomorrow for $0. If you don't have a solution for it, then stop coming at me with the rich kids, ridiculous, this and that. Of all the kids that was getting shitted on, Kolek was getting dumped on the most because he's a 6'2" unathletic white boy, and now he's getting the most trust, and he's produced. He hit a huge 3 in an NBA Cup game. We're still ridiculing the idea of playing these guys. He helped unlock Cat. He's helping to unlock Deuce. He's contributing to this team, defensively and offensively. I'm telling us that we have another level to reach, and I think we can reach it other than trading Yabusele, who I think at this point we're all pretty much on board. Yabusele is not turning it around completely.
I'm trying to work on my censor button for
My only
Oh, sorry.
I'll never
my
be
only
able to catch it. And for all the all right, sorry.
I just got one small pushback. With Kolek is different because Kolek, unlike the others, Kolek has a specialty. The other guys don't really have a specialty in that sense. They have overall games, which they can contribute in ways with their height and their what's names. But Kolek particularly is a true point guard and does have a true propensity for making assists and running a team. The others, I can't really say and lock into any of those guys. And believe me, I want to, because in certain ways, I understand where you're coming from. And I definitely feel all the aspects of all of it. But to be fair with the coach and how the system, what's name is, Kolek is built for this kind of play and this kind of system. Where some of these other guys, we got 2 guys that's really still learning the language, learning how to be Americans per se. You know what I mean? It's not. It's may sound simple to you, but to them, it's a little different. Getting the rules, understanding the guidelines. You know what I mean? Getting comfortable. The language, where you eat, back home, things like that. So 2 of our young players. You know what I mean? They still need that, that heavy guidance. And even though Diawara seems a little bit more what we're looking for, he's still, I like him and I want to see him play, but let's be honest, he's got to muscle up. He's got to, he's got to get some, he's got to get some strength to his game. He's got to, besides just being long and athletic, he's got to get a better understanding and a principle of the NBA game as opposed to where he came from, because it's definitely different.
I don't think you're
So that's
wrong.
one-
I think there is an adjustment period, but for example, I would say that Tyler Kolek, out of all these rookies, also got by far the most NBA minutes out of all of them last season. He got 296 real NBA minutes, and he actually had to step up because we had injuries. Jalen Brunson was out for 15 games at the end of last season. Deuce McBride was injured at the end of last season. So I feel like, in my opinion, and I would use the example of Will Richard on the Golden State Warriors, who's a number 56 pick, who's 6'3", not anything special. He's a 5 picks lower, 6 inches shorter than Diawara, for example. And if you look at some of his game logs recently, he does play good. He does contribute, but he also has games where he has a lot of fouls, a lot of turnovers, but they don't bench him the next game, is my point. And you see him now making great plays with Will Richard. And
What team was that? With
Golden State Warriors.
with the Warriors. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
He starts for them.
So my point is that if we have, for example, Will Richard, we would look at him and say he's a 56 pick, he's 6'3", what's he going to add, this, that. And
Wait, who'd you say?
Will Richard.
Tutti Frutti?
Is that a singer? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what? Is that a singer? Oh, no. This is how you know you're old. See?
No, not with an S. Not with an S.
Any respect, he was right. Damn it.
Not with an S. Not with an S.
Oh,
Will
okay.
Richard.
Okay.
So my point is I'm saying is that you would look at this guy on paper and say he's nothing special. He's a 56 pick. He's 6'3". So the point that I'm making is that Steph Curry, this is a team with 4 rings. We have 0. Our two best players haven't even been to the NBA Finals. So we're going to sit here and tell the Golden State Warriors what it takes to win and that you can't do this and you can't do this. Only the Knicks have these rules that they put themselves. No other team operates with these rules, these fake imaginary rules.
All right. Well,
you can't play this guy, you can't play that.
Here's the thing I wanted to say real quick. A couple things. Well, first off, let me just say what's up to D Grant in the building. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. Shout out to Long Island Sound. I know he's catching some heat right now, but that's okay. Listen, opinions happen in the chat. We go back and forth. We'll figure out our way, but that's okay. This is conversation. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. And shout out to my brother, Joey Rip 'em Up Sports in the building, a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you, my guy. Excuse me. But I also have a super chat. Oh, shout out to Gasface in the building. Appreciate you. Good to see you. And I think I already said what's up, but I'm not sure. Shout out to Ruben Nunez as well. Okay. Shout out to Jay Boogie. Thank you for the generous super chat. Appreciate you. You said that's beautiful from Thanksgiving to show and love. That's the community you get with Ron. Appreciate you, my guys. 3 capital S's. Appreciate you, Jay Boogie. Like I know people were saying in the chat, can't wait for you to drop your album. I know it's coming along, and we ready. I'm just ready to. We in December, so not yet. Not yet. I won't do it yet. I'll start next week, or maybe I'll start Monday. I don't know. We'll see. But I got to start playing, back on Christmas real quick. That's my joint, and the Christmas month, I got to get Jay Boogie stuff out there. So salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you as always. Okay. So what I was gonna say is, the chat is going off about a lot of different stuff. One of the things I wanted to reiterate to the chat real quick, just to make sure it's known. Mikal Bridges is having he's only been here a year and a couple months, whatever, but this is his best year as a Knick, right? But more importantly, this is one of his best years as a player in the NBA, guys. He's not just playing well for the Knicks this year. If you look at his numbers, this is one of his best years in the NBA, and by the time it's all said and done, this could go down as his best year in the NBA. So could we really stop talking about Mikal Bridges and those picks? There's no point. There really isn't. Because I don't know what you would expect from Mikal. At this point, what do you want from him?
He's overtaxed, bro. Without OG out there, he's doing way more. I think he's playing great, man. We could be mad. Last year we had a reason to be mad at him. He was inconsistent in one of the weirdest things. Not only was he inconsistent offensively, he was inconsistent defensively. It was weird. It was such a bad fit. It really seems like between him and Tibbs, it really does seem like.
Maybe that's what it was. But now he's playing the way we want him to play. Look, and I hope. See, I'm just saying this, and I don't know. I'm not trying to get into anybody's thing. I am not gonna go crazy and say a whole bunch of stuff about this. When Jalen Brunson came here, I'll never forget, there was a couple people who said, well, I thought Jalen Brunson was going to come here and give us triple doubles and do other things. And did you watch Jalen Brunson before he got here? Like what are we talking about? Like what are we expecting here? So if you look at how the guy plays, then what you expect him to do is be what we saw before. Not only did Jalen Brunson come here and do exactly what we've seen him do when Luka wasn't with the team, now he does it on an everyday basis because there is no Luka. He is the guy. So, what do we expect from these players when they come to our team? It's not like we brought in Donovan Mitchell, who has shown he could put up 70. It's not like we brought in Anthony Edwards. We brought in Mikal Bridges. What do you expect Mikal Bridges to do? I'm just putting that out there, guys. And like I said, I'm not trying to single anybody out or make up. I'm just telling you because I know a lot of fans think this way. A lot of fans look at the product and say, well, they're paying all these money to these players. These players need to be this, need to be this. How many all-stars you think you legitimately going to get on a team? Some teams that have the best players in the world have 3 all-stars, and there's other players that have played well, but they don't get an all-star nod. Some guys get snubbed. Devin Booker was one of the best players 2 years in a row and didn't go to those 2 all-star games because there's so many other good players. It's going to happen. I'm saying that because I think OG, when he was healthy, was playing like he was an all-star. He should be considered. And Mikal has been very consistent. I don't know if he's got all-star numbers because they're, points-wise a little low, but consistency-wise, definitely incredible. So I'm like, what are we asking for is all I'm trying to say. We can't be asking for too much out of players that are not that. What we can say is we want these guys to be as good as they can be to help this team, and that's why we brought them here. We didn't bring Mikal Bridges here, give up 5 picks for him to be a number 1. We didn't bring him here to be a number 2. We brought him here to be a number 3 or more, or, complimentary player that could help Cat. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. That could help Brunson and whoever else, because I don't think we knew we had Cat yet. We got Mikal first, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Yeah, okay.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
I did want to say, though, that's your
For
point.
Cat, Mikal?
Yeah, we have Mikal first.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. A few weeks, but yeah, maybe like a month or 2. But I did want to say that which is not to criticize him, but I do want to say that you can show love to these people and show grace to the core guys, but still ask them to be better in certain regards, which I think is obligatory, because until we have a chip, everybody has to be constantly getting better. So I think to that point, obviously Jalen Brunson, whatever, his defense issue to talk about, but whatever. But I do want to say that Mikal Bridges, until late in the second quarter, he had no points last night. I don't know if it was they weren't working him into the offense. I mean, he had almost no shot attempts also, very, very late in the second quarter. So I don't know exactly what it was that contributed to that, but it was worrying. I'm like, you want him to take some shots, And for example, if we're going to go down the efficiency route, so Josh Hart took 4 threes and he missed all of them. You want him to take them when he's open, but he's probably still not going to hit a bunch of threes in a game. So I would have preferred, if I could redistribute things around, that probably Mikal Bridges takes a few more of those, even though he went 2 of 5, But I don't know. I just felt like it was a little bit something missing there as far as activating Mikal and even Mitchell Robinson offensively.
Can I say one more thing real quick before we move on to something else? Some people may not like this one. Sorry. But I've been thinking about it. Outside of everything that we see, and I will say that I think D-Rex is right to help solve some of the issues with the 3-point defense. Some things you can't get over, right? And the fact that we don't have OG right now is not going to help our 3-point defense at all.
But it was bad even with him. So I don't know.
True. But I do feel like maybe for this particular team. In other teams, I think it's about defensive acumen and having guys who just are high-level IQ defensive players with a lot of agility, speed, and stuff like that. This team is not really – we're not the fastest team. We don't really have a lot of that. So for us and keeping our core together, we might need more length, right? But it's not just length. You do have to have – in order to operate anything, we talked about this the other day. I was talking with Sim from MBK. Like, you got to have athleticism. You got to have speed to play zone. The Knicks have been trotting out zones, but not necessarily having the best pieces to orchestrate it. That's why we look okay, but we don't look really good at doing it. So you got that issue. Then you got the other issue, like we don't have length yet. We have length on the bench that we're not really taking advantage of. I feel like Diawara is somebody that Mike Brown is trying to use, but Diawara hasn't done enough to significantly increase his minutes out there. But Mike Brown wants to try to give the young man a shot. Plus, he's not on a 2-way contract, so there's no restriction with his time. So Diawara has a little bit of a green light. This is what I was going to say that maybe some people don't like. I think the NBA politics or the Knicks politics is that you're not going to see Pacom Dadier. And the reason why I say that is because I think Pacom Dadier is not quite ready for everything they want him to do. And I think the Knicks realize that Pacom Dadier can be a depreciating asset. He is still, as we already found out when they talked about trades earlier, Pacom Dadier was one of the few people that teams were interested in because of his skill set, but more importantly, because of his age. Because he's so young, you can get him on the cheap. You might be able to, he's so, raw, you might be able to turn him into something different, like get him into your program. And for the Knicks, the politics side of it, if he's not ready, why would you want to put him out there and watch other teams look at him like, oh, this guy, he's not good? Why would you want, this is the same, I feel like this is the same thing that was happening when Tibbs decided to bench Fournier. Fournier is an NBA player, right? We know all that stuff. But this whole thing, I can't put him out there because he's not really helping me. but we don't want to mess his trade value up even more by showing him that he may not be a fit for you either. Even though a real GM will know the guy is young, he may not be that great. We can bring him in and but the point is, for trade purposes, all that does is drop down the value even more. And if you're going to try to move something later, you don't want to show Pac Home. And I think that's what's going on, to be honest, because there's no reason why Pac Home shouldn't be out there in certain moments. They only put him out there in garbage time when there's not much that can happen. And even if he looks bad, it's 3 minutes left in the game, whatever, against a bunch of bum players too. I don't know if I'm wrong, but I'm kind of feeling like they do not want to play Pac Home because they don't want to affect his trade value. I could be wrong. I just wanted to throw that out there. Anyway,
I don't think you're wrong, but I feel like
right.
Okay, so for example, Yabusele is a CAA client.
Mm-hmm.
He is a CAA client. He's been a CAA client since the Olympics. And I feel like, look, in order for you to justify this guy not getting playing time, Dadier or DOR, you need to tell me that Yabusele is a better player for them right now than these guys, which I don't think is a serious basketball-based argument. I don't think you can look at how this guy is producing and how he's moving around the court and say, we need that body profile more than these other young guys. I just don't see the basketball logic of it.
Right. I mean, but from what you're saying, from purely basketball, I would agree that can be the case. But the flip side, it's not just purely basketball. See, as fans, that's where we live. We care a little bit about the other stuff, but we don't fixate or focus on that stuff. Bottom line is, for an organization, for general managers, for a front office, they got to think about everything. And for coaches, they know what's real. Like, money is money. Millions of dollars are spent. So you can't say, well, listen, I brought in Yabusele and we're paying him $6 million per year. I'm not going to just put Pac Home Dadier. He looks better than Yabusele. Now I can't play Yabusele. I paid this guy $6 million. I'm not in the business of throwing $6 million away. So what I'm saying is, even though we don't like it, that is the business and politics of it. Yabusele's going to get a good amount of chance to show what he can do for that $6 million. Until we can see, until he's hurting us and we're losing games because of him, which you won't see because he's only playing 6 minutes. So either way, he's going to get the nod over Pac Home every day until it's a point where they're really financially saying we can move on. And usually that doesn't happen until you get into like the second half of the season and you've paid most of the money that you owe a player for a given year. Then they start to make some moves and say, okay, well, listen, it is what it is. At this point, this ain't going to work. Or if they can trade him, great. But I just think Yabusele is going to get a chance to get acclimated because that's fair to a player as well. You bring a guy here, it's a new system, it's a new team, and you say, well, he doesn't look good. Well, have we given him enough of a chance? He's got now until the trade deadline. And I think that's fair. I think that's fair. You got to do that because you don't know what you can get. Because the worst thing that can happen to a fan of the Knicks is they bring in a player that they think can help the team. He doesn't look like a good fit. You trade him, and then he looks great somewhere else. Like, what the heck happened here? So
to that point,
he also didn't come in shape either, though.
Well, that's true because a lot of people can't play in New York. That's typical for us. We'll get a player. He'll be great somewhere else. He'll come over here, feel the heat. A lot of people can't stay in the kitchen when the heat's firing up. And he seems to be one of them. Because when he played against us, I say it all the time, when somebody gets hurt, that is somebody else's opportunity. Also, if we're chasing the chip and we're not going to be raising the kids at the same time, that's just how it's going to be. Yes, maybe they can help us, but we're not going to. We're going to use NBA-ready players to play, not NBA.
Yabusele is not an NBA-ready player, bro.
Who?
Gershon Yabusele is not an NBA-ready player right now.
And he's not being used.
He's getting time over Diawara.
Diawara come in for a few times, and he's gotten the same amount of minutes, and he didn't do nothing with those minutes.
That's also not true. In one game, in 1 minute, he had a rebound and a steal, which in 39 minutes in that same game.
I could get that in 1 minute.
In 39 minutes in that same game, Sam could not have one steal. So, no.
It's 1 minute. You want to be fair? I'll give you this. Want to be fair? 1 minute is not enough to show somebody how good you could do something or not. But
True.
we're not going to be raising that. That's not what they. This is a business as well. They came in, they gave this guy a bunch of money, and he's going to have to shut up. He's going to have to play ball, and he's got to get better. And if he's not going to get better, he's going to get packaged. Probably with the guys that you're talking about. Dadier is one of them. He's not playing. It's just not going to happen. I think also the kids that are getting picked up today are not like the kids that were getting picked up a few years back, like the Quickleys and all those guys that we were picking up a few years back. They're not the same caliber type players.
So now at this point, this argument is worse because now you have to say, oh, but Kolek. Because Kolek is getting real rotation minutes, and he's the least athletic, fit one of all of them. So we're not.
Kolek is the only point guard on this team, brother. The only real point guard on this team.
Jay, with all due respect, I remember coming up on here and you telling me you could package Kolek for Malcolm Brogdon, who is currently not an NBA player.
I said that?
Yes, I remember very clearly that we should
go get the tape. Bring me the tape that I said that because I said that Brogdon was old but good for Kolek to play because he could learn under, not to package him.
We needed to make a decision of getting two or one of these guys. The wide consensus in the very savvy Knicks community is Brogdon is a win-now veteran. Right? Win-now veteran. He's a ready-made NBA player. We don't have time to develop kids. So with that logic, we would have had an NBA retiree on this roster running around trying to catch up to Giannis. That's what that logic would have gotten us. And in the offseason, it would have gotten us a depreciating asset, and Malcolm Brogdon probably would have played 10 games before getting injured. And now we have people talking about Anthony Davis and chasing this ghost of the past and that ghost of the past. I mean, there has to be some level of discussion where in 1 minute, a guy cannot. That's not a player development plan. It's not. And you look at, show me one contender that is not playing a kid. One, just one. OKC is playing the whole team. Houston Rockets, Golden State Warriors, Pistons, every single one. There's not one team that's only veterans. Only 35
I mean, as much as you like it to happen, it's not going to happen.
I don't have to like it, but you also can't say and look at OKC and tell me they should be playing only veterans.
Oh, okay. I hear you. It's still not going to happen.
Well, I mean, you still just have to chalk it up at this stage to it. It's a flaw in our roster a bit.
Yeah.
So to think that the coach is going to actually perform magic, I'm not sure we're going to see that. But you know what I mean? To sprinkle these kids in here when people get hurt, or to give them a few sound minutes, you know what I mean? To me right now, like I think it was maybe 2 games ago, we were up 20-something odd points with 4 minutes and change, you know what I'm saying? That's when you take a risk and you throw those guys in. I don't like the fact that he gets it down to 2 minutes and then starts putting those guys in, because I think that, you know what I mean, you got to give them more of a sample size. You got to give them more, you know, rotational minutes. You got to, you know what I mean? And some of these other teams, we can't compare what they're doing. And the only reason why I say it's different than Golden State is Golden State is not implementing their offense. We still must not forget this is an install, and we are probably only 20%, 30% on the install. To fully get a team up to speed and into that system takes more than a year. You probably start landing someplace mid on the second year to probably get a full install on the offense from which you've been running from one now to another. You still don't really see any real plays that we do. You see a lot of the motion of the offense, but not really installed plays that we typically do. So we can't compare some things that they do, you know, with certain teams. We, as in the Knicks, being us, we either, like you say, have to either, excuse my French, either, you know, take a dump, get off the pot, and that would either be transferring, you know, from one team point to another. I don't know if other teams are going to be on board with that because nobody's trying to help us. So with that being said, is that if nobody's trying to help you, you got to do it yourself. So I get where you're coming from. We need to develop these players. It's just that we're just a flawed system right now. We can try to prepare and say, hey, prepare some of these guys to, understand what it is to be an NBA player, to be a pro, and to level their game up. But for some of them, it's not going to happen because they're just not going to get those minutes. Um, you know, we're frustrated Knicks fans. We want the gold. We want we want a bunch of 6'10" athletes. We want to win things because we notice the trends are going there. And believe me, I've said it multiple times. Yes, I want a 6'10" guy out here who's a multifaceted defender who can, maybe help stretch and get out to those 3-point lines and have a real, give a player who's shooting some doubt. If, I'm like 5'11" myself, right? If I got a guy running at me at 5'2", 5'3", 5'4", yeah, I'm going to look at him and say, okay, yeah, you can run at me as much as you want. I'm still going to smoothly take my time, boom, and take that shot. And this is what we have right now, because if you got a guy 6'2", 6'3", like last night, Josh Hart I'm giving Josh Hart 6'5". I'm giving him 6'5". To run at Giannis, which is a true 6'10", 6'11" guy, true with length, that's not going to alter him too much, you know what I mean, at certain points in times, if he, up to a straight shooting. So what it is we're flawed, but what we need more than anything is the elephant in the room is one of the main issues why we're having these discussions, because Cat's offense isn't up to snuff in this system. And somehow, that needs to be more of a discussion than anything, because it's Cat's lack of offense. It's his fouling, his rotation of not to be in the right place. You can physically see players getting frustrated with him. You can physically see the frustration in himself. And forget even all of them. Look at his father's face last night. His father's face told it all. He's like, this isn't good for my son. You know what I mean? What this is happening. And that has to be addressed. How it gets addressed, we can discuss. But right now, that is our major problem. If Cat was playing up to, like that par like that, and with Brunson, and you said, hey, yeah, okay, see, I say, yeah, we got a good shot. But when Cat is not, you know what I mean, at $54 million, and I only speak of that to try to match with the value of what we need. You know what I mean? This isn't work. That point of the system isn't working out. Cat somehow must be implemented better into this offense to either save us, because if it doesn't, we will go down in that ocean holding a 50-pound rock. It just doesn't work right now. So that's just my point on it, though.
That's a fair point. And when we're talking about the Cat stuff, and obviously everybody can weigh in with their thoughts on Cat now. This is very tricky, guys. This is trickier. This is not clear cut. It's not clear cut. Cat last year averaged 24 points per game and 12.8 rebounds, almost 13 rebounds a game, with 3 assists and 1 steal. It's a hell of a season. Not to mention he shot 42% from 3 and 52% from the field.
I mean, by this point in the last season, he already had monster games with like 44 points and this and that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now, the thing here is, to start this season, for whatever reason, Cat is struggling with his shot, but he's still averaging 21.7 points, 12.2 rebounds, 3.4 assists, and just under a steal, just under a block. He's shooting 88% from the free throw line right now which if it's still early, but that's the highest he's ever shot from the free throw line. That's going to change over the season, a lot of attempts, but still. But he's shooting 33% from three, which that's a really low mark for him, really low. Like that's the worst of his career.
It is.
And then 44% from the field, same thing, worst mark of his career. So there's something going on there. He's definitely struggling to find his shot. But I don't want to say that this is Mike Brown's fault, guys, because what Mike Brown is doing is allowing everybody on the offense to eat and get involved in the game, to keep guys more involved by getting them touches, which then would allow for them to do something when you need to. Because when you play different teams, especially playoff wise, the teams are going to try to take away your best player and someone else has to step up. And if you have to step up and you haven't really touched the ball throughout the games, you don't even really see the ball. You don't have a rhythm. You don't then you're going to be making some uncomfortable moves or uncomfortable actions because you're not prepared. He is preparing everybody on his team. When they're out there on the floor, the ball moves around, you're going to see it. And so whether or not you have a chance to do something with it, that's another story. But the point is you see the ball, so you're involved in the game. You're fluid. You're keeping it loose. And you are not just watching Jalen Brunson do everything or watching Cat go to town. Like, you are a part of the game. And so that's supposedly helping everybody. Mikal Bridges, like we already just talked about, is consistently having a great season because consistently he has good numbers every night. It's not as bad as of course, there could be a night where he doesn't shoot well. It's nowhere near what we saw last year. Last year was like up and down. He would have days of stinking it up shooting. He would have maybe 2 or 3 games of good shooting, then maybe 4 games of terrible shooting. Like, he would go so up and down offensively, it was crazy. And I might be exaggerating a little bit, but you get it. You guys saw the games last year. But now you got him being more comfortable. Deuce even said it. Like, whatever's happening with Deuce, while he's not consistent sometimes, is on Deuce. Deuce knows that he's much more comfortable in this system, the way it's running. Last night, he can just feel comfortable, goes up there, takes that shot. The second of the back-to-back threes that he hit, that was a heat check for Deuce, but he felt comfortable enough to go do it.
He was cooking.
Yes. And so the offensive system itself is not going to take away from these guys. It only benefits them. The problem, you might say, is, though, maybe Cat just needs to decide that, hey, I can do everything out there on the court, but maybe there's certain things I'm not doing. Like we talked about it earlier, not taking mid-range shots. Cat is one of the best scorers in basketball with a great touch. He can shoot from anywhere. You don't like taking mid-range shots. Cat posts up and goes down low when he wants to. You know, he has moments when he goes crazy with that. He don't like to do it all the time. Yesterday, and I want to say one more thing. When it comes to Cat, I know we get on him because he has shown these moments of just not showing up, not being aggressive, and not taking a lot of shots. People say, oh, well, he's not getting the ball. Last night wasn't the Knicks' fault. Milwaukee had a game plan. They said, we're going to take Cat out the game and force one of these other guys. They know Jalen Brunson is going to get his. They never stop Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson has career games versus Milwaukee.
Especially with that defense.
Yeah, they don't stop him. So they whoever's coaching said, Jalen Brunson's going to get his. Let's take Cat out the game and force one of these other guys to beat us. And guess what? If you look at the box score, we only have 4 guys in double figures. So technically their plan was working, but the problem is one of those guys was Deuce, and Deuce finished with 19. You can't count on that. They can't expect one of these young guys or one of these, players that are not really scoring at that high level to put up 19 points. So it worked out for us, but they had a game plan. It just didn't work the way they wanted it to, but it was working, to some extent. And that's what frustrated Cat. So I would say that we can be tough on Cat. And I agree from what we've seen in multiple games, not just last night's game. Last night's game was a little different. They made a really good plan to try to stop Cat. And then when Cat did get the ball at certain points, he had to deal with Giannis. Giannis is one of the best defenders in the league, guys. And he's tall. So I'm just putting it out there. Like, I'm with you. I do think Cat needed to do more last night, but I'm not going to go too crazy over just last night's game. The other stuff I've seen, not too happy about. The stuff that my guy Eru put in that video of Macau constantly talking to Cat and Cat making bad plays over and over, and Macau constantly talking to Cat. That's some other stuff.
You know,
I got to see that video. I need to see it.
Yeah, I'll find. I'm gonna put it up.
I think there's a lot of good points there. It's a really complicated discussion. I think you have to look at, like, why was Cat succeeding last year when he did succeed? I remember early on in the season, we had this stat of, oh, well, kind of before that OKC game where we got a little bit exposed or they adapted, that we had the number one pick and roll combination in the NBA. We said, oh, every time Brunson makes 10 assists to Cat, we win, or 5 assists to Cat or something. We had like a bar, you know? And I think it's a few things. I think, one, that offense of last season was not a multipolar offense. It was 2 guys, and everybody else was, you know, a corner guy. Stick him in the corner for a bailout pass, but the 2 offensive engines were Jalen Brunson and Cat. That was the whole offensive focus. So Jalen Brunson goes, there's a little dribble past the Cat, boom, you know. Their offensive roles were very, very clear, and he had very structured play for them, and it was a lot slower. It was a much slower offense. And I feel like that actually benefits Cat. To someone's point, I think somebody said that Cat has low IQ. I feel like, I don't know, he overthinks stuff. He kind of gets in his own head sometimes. Like his decision of when I should go to the post or when I should do the midi or when I should do the 3 is a little iffy sometimes. I mean, they don't really have such good 3-point defense either, the Bucks last night. But he wasn't really camping at the 3-point line either. Instead, he tries driving on Giannis or posting up Kuzma, who we know he struggled. Who cares that Kuzma's smaller than you? You struggle against him. We already know this. You know, he guarded you really well last time. What's going to change this time? I don't understand stuff like that, you know? So I look at it as like, one, like something that I thought Cat did really well last season was the trailing 3. Like we would get a little transition offense going. Everyone, you know, goes to the paint. Oh, we got to defend the Knicks. Cat's trailing, pass to a 3. That's easy money for him, you know? And it starts to make them scramble and whatever. But I feel like for him to find his flow in a faster offense where there's more people that are viable offensive options, where he has to be moving all the time, he has to be assisting and facilitating. First of all, it is just a lot for him. It's also more possessions per game he has to defend against, right? You know, and he has to make the right decision on offense more times per game, right? So I feel like it's just not shooting him bail because he has not been playing well. I will say that for me, which, yes, it's the Nets. You could say whatever, and that's whatever. But that, for me, was his best game of the season so far because he wasn't working so hard and laboring so hard to get every point. You know what I meant? And a lot of that was because Kolek was feeding him and the team was feeding him. But I feel like in last year's season, for example, you would have said, oh, well, you know, Deuce has the ball. It's to pass it from Jalen Brunson to Deuce to Cat. You know what I mean? It's not for Deuce to go and get his own play or drive into the paint and spray. It was like much more clear, like who's going to be the scorer and the shooter, you know? So I feel like there's a lot placed on his shoulders, but at the same time, I mean, what, you can only show up against these whack teams? Like, it's not very encouraging. You make $50 million a year. You know, you have to be very fair in criticizing this guy. He was only a ±0 last night. Mitchell Robinson was -4. So I do think, like, you know, for example, I think a lot of Knicks fans thought, oh, you trot Mitchell Robinson out against the Magic. He's big. He's a good defender. They have size. Boom, Mitchell Robinson is going to solve our defense against the Magic. Well, it's a different kind of size. It's like a wing, jumbo wing size that you pull them out to the perimeter. They're running. They got to spin, turn fast. Like, that's just not their game. Like Mitchell Robinson and Cat, they're not going to turn fast on their feet and turn their hips real fast and be agile. So I think that when you have teams that pull them out to the perimeter, that makes both of their lives much harder. They're not agile. They're just not, you know. Mitchell Robinson will block the occasional 3, but like if people are really hovering around the 3-point line, I think it's very annoying for him. I think it's very difficult for him and very annoying for him. You know, if they hang and then they do their little dribble and then draw, you know, that I feel like is very annoying for him. But even for Cat, like, I don't know. You see him struggle. You see him struggle with these guys. Like Ryan Rawls was getting his points last night, you know. But at the same time, like even before Cat got here, the 3-point defense was bad. So
what's the answer? What we do with Cat though? You know, how do we get him into the offense?
So I personally think that this is not an answer a lot of Knicks fans will like, but I feel like a lot of Knicks fans feel like, and people could call me whatever, you know, feel free to interject if you think I'm wrong. But I feel like there's this idea that because Cat and JB are our two best players, they must be the best together. And if you recall, for me, their best game together was ECF game 1 before the end. Nobody remembers what happened until the end. I remember the ending, but that whole game up until that, a shot by Halliburton, Cat and JB were taking turns being amazing. It was like their best game that I've ever seen them play, but they weren't being good together. But they were still playing at an elite playoff level. So I feel like maybe you do a little more Cat with the bench. Maybe you find different combinations of Cat with different bench players that might maximize him. Again, people are going to say, oh, you want to play the kids. I thought Cat and Hook 40 at the beginning of the season looked good together. He's a little more mobile than Mitch, a little more of a facilitator guy. I feel like you definitely sacrifice something on the agility and offensive front with Mitch, But I feel like JB and Cat, first of all, it's known already. JB and Cat is the Knicks. You would have a plan for one. You can really limit their offensive ability of the team as a whole. We saw it last night. They didn't win, but Kyle Kuzma hits a couple more threes. It's a different game. You know what I'm saying? The philosophy is sound. So I think they can play well together for sure, but I don't necessarily think we should always try to have them be together playing well together because it's a big liability of defense. And even offensively, like you want Cat to be able to shine and get his points and be the star. Maybe not number one, but other scorers around him and Cat, pretty strong. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a little more like a Deuce with Cat or something like that, Then they have to worry about
my only pushback is that we have seen that. We have seen where Brunson is off the court and Cat is on the court. And you know what I mean? But they're definitely going to have to still share the court because they average somewhere between 32 to 34 minutes per, a game. So that means that they have to, mesh at some point together. But the thing about it is that with Cat, in my opinion, is that you got to become more creative with Cat. Cat probably needs to start bringing the ball up. I know it sounds crazy, but he needs to be some form of a stream point into the offense. If you don't streamline him somehow into this offense, we're going to lose him. So mentally, you got to do what you can to make him more part of the system to me. And you got to get creative. To me, Cat is one of his greatest assets is his passing ability. He can be a quarterback. He can sit up there at the top point, you know what I mean, and look out or survey across that field and hit guys with great passes. So there's little things like that you're going to have to try to implement to make him, more feel part of the offense. We're losing him mentally out there on that court. And this guy's checking out. There's no doubt about it. You can't tell me some of those silly fouls are like, you know what? He's like, he almost don't feel it tonight. And he's making, silly fouls that will sit his, A on the bench. We've got to figure well, not we, but Mr. Brown has got to figure something out to streamline Cat into this system. I mean, he barely shoots ever in the corner. It's points at the top of the key all the time. And it's either a three or drive to the basket. And like Ron said, he doesn't like shooting the mid-range. Well, let's be honest. If a guy is 7 foot and he puts the ball down, once he starts going toward that basket, and if he pulls up for a shot, it's almost indefensible because what are you doing? What are you doing on a 7-footer? When you're on the motion and on the move, there's very few guys out there that can block a shot. And a lot of times they're putting smaller defenders on him. So at times when they're putting smaller defenders on him, he's trying to cook them too far to the basket. And, teams are prepared for it. Last year, they may not have been as, well prepared for it. But now we got plenty of game film on him. You know exactly where he's going. You know what I mean? You know exactly at the end point of where you're trying to go. And if Cat needs to recognize that, the coaches need to recognize that, and do something to implement him into the system where the ball does flow through him. Because right now, it's flowing around him a lot. And there's no way to make up for that. So we're getting all these other guys in, and they're doing a great job. They're scoring and this or that and this, that and that. But
But
without
part of
Cat,
that's on
we
Cat.
don't
Right?
we
You gotta
don't we don't we
understand.
don't make that other acceleration. Without
A
him,
lot
we
of that
need
is
to
on
make that
Cat.
leap.
Cat needs to call
I
for the ball. He needs to be screaming for the ball. If he is taller than the next guy, he needs to get his ass
But
down
Jay,
at
but
the
Jay, let's
bottom
just say
and call for
at
the
this
ball.
stage, let's say at this stage, that's not his game. That's not
It's
who he
definitely not
is
his
per se,
game.
right? That's not who he is per se. So for who he is and for what he is, we have to bring those assets out and do the best that we can for that. But if we try to make this guy into something who he isn't, I think it fails epically because I don't think that he is, mentally that strong where he is just going to keep grinding through this all year. Where you know what I mean, and all of a sudden he starts to, fall by the wayside. They
I
got to
mean,
come up with something. That's just my
seeing it
opinion,
now,
though.
right? But we're seeing it now.
Facts.
We're seeing it right now. And in
Facts.
my memory, in years past, he had a mid range. He had he could shoot from many sides of the court, and he played stronger down low. I have no idea why he's not doing it now. I don't. I I have different theories on it. I was kicking it with Sims last night about it. Different theories about it. Him being a guy that was picked number one to a city that was very uh, media low, not New York media heavy, and he was the golden child picked by a team in Minnesota that's not covered by half the world and whatever, and he brought them to the playoffs, a team that had stunk for many years. He could do no wrong. Then all of a sudden, he gets traded to a team where he first move, and Edwards comes in, and he becomes number one on that team. His team. That's his first downfall. Second downfall is he comes to a team where another smaller guy is the number one guy. He is emotionally driven human being. Now, most people will say that. Most people are. But Cat is, best believe this, that all these human beings playing basketball hear all the rhetoric and all the talk about them, no matter what anybody likes to think, or we hear from them. Oh, I don't listen to the news. I don't hear that. That's crap. You can't walk a half a foot in New York without seeing news about you if you're a star. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like
True.
he has to crap or get off the pot. And the fact is that we don't have anybody else to fit that position. We don't have anybody else to do that. Mitch is not doing that. So we have a defensive guy who's starting to look cooked. We have an offensive guy who's not taking over at 7 feet. In between there's nobody. Then you get to OG, who's not here. That's our biggest issue right now, is that our bigs are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and we're guard heavy. I've been screaming for 2-3 years. We need the 6'9" to 6'11" dude, two-way player. Maybe he gets 17 points. He's definitely getting rebounds and blocks and playing defense and can play the 3-4-5, maybe the 4-5, definitely the 4. We don't have it. And that's what he needs to be. Yes, I know a lot of people say, all right, great. He's he was the he's also the all-star that went for center last year, first year on the Knicks.
What are you comfortable to give up, though? What are you comfortable giving up to get that kind of player here, to get some kind of exchange like that? What are you comfortable? Because it's, if you know it, I know it. Every GM in the league knows it. So at what point, or where are you at? What you're going to give up to get that? Because it's, and I believe, and to be honest with you, I believe we need more than one. I think we need another guy that's 6'8", 6'9", 6'10", you know what I mean? I think we need two of them, to be honest with you. Because if we're gonna let's just
That's
quote
what I'm
unquote
saying.
and set let's just say it here. If we're gonna let Cat go, you know what I mean? Who are we gonna bring in? Are you gonna bring in because you're gonna need probably, to make a trade with his kind of money and his kind of value, we would need a good two solid forwards. That can, play both sides of the ball. It's possible out there to make a trade with
Like a
somebody
Herb
because
Jones and then also another center to play behind him.
you know what I mean? Yeah, something. But
We,
to give you got to get. To give, you got to give. You got to, to get you got to give. So what are you honestly comfortable of giving up and of value? Not let's stop using things like Kolick, Deuce. That ain't gonna cut it. Their value isn't worth it.
No.
So you know what I mean. So you got to start looking at those top four.
Mitch was the
Brunson,
first name I start with.
Brunson's out, right? So you're not giving him up. You know what I mean. So OG, are you gonna give up OG? Are you gonna give up Mikhail? Because in order to get what we're looking for, one of these guys or quite a few of our bench per se, then is either gone. Because nobody's giving out here, for nothing. Nobody's doing the Knicks any favor. That's not gonna happen.
yeah,
I think it's a great point. And I've thought about it a while, but I don't really think we're going to give up anybody. Not this team, not yet. We'll see by trade deadline, but I don't think we're going to do anything about it right now. I think we were going to wait for OG to come back somewhere in the middle of December and see what we have with the team that we have.
We don't have assets. We don't have cap space. We don't have picks.
Right. We don't really have any of those things. We don't have any capital to do that. If you had to do that, you have to maneuver in a way where it starts with Mitch because he has the highest contract, and people, or Hart. And for me personally, I'm not losing Josh Hart, but I'll start with Mitch.
And you also have to consider the value of selling high for somebody. I like Josh Hart as much as the next guy, but you don't sell at the peak of their value. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. But if you put both of them together, I mean, you got to get really finesse with it, right? Like really finesse with it because the cap is so.
Yeah, it's very restrictive. Look, I don't want to get. Can we please? Because I just like trade talks. It's like we can't really do much about it, and like it'll happen. Like we didn't even know when Cat was getting here. We don't have assets. Like still a while to the trade deadline. Like I just feel like it's more sensible. It behooves us more to talk like strategy and what we can do in the near term. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like trade talks. I mean, Ron, it's your show, but I feel like you don't want to have like a CBA show. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I don't want to go too crazy because the bottom line for me is that I believe that the Knicks aren't going to do anything.
Right.
I don't think the Knicks have like you guys mentioned, I don't think they have the assets to really pull off anything that's going to be significant enough to help the team the way we're looking. We're looking for certain pieces, but you're just not looking for any. We're looking when you're trying to win a championship, you know exactly what you need and what you don't have. And then it's a specialized piece. And in order to get a specialized piece, you usually got to give up something worth it to bring that person here, because specialized pieces that give what we're looking for. I mean, what team's going to want to give that up? No team wants to not have a Herb Jones on it.
Right. Exactly.
And so that's the problem. Like these type of people out there, how are you going to get these people without giving up something that's going to hurt you in some other way?
Nothing to entice them with that you're willing to give up.
That's the issue.
You didn't develop any of your draft picks. You don't have high picks to trade yourself. Maybe Yabusele and Dadia, a player you don't even want to play yourself. So, like, what are you going to get for them?
Exactly. You're not going to get
anything. Who wants them?
That's the key. As much as we might value these guys because they're our players and we've grown attached to them, that means nothing for what another team who has no attachment to them just going to look at them as like, well, every box score is playing 1 minute, 2 minutes, 4 minutes. I don't see no number. Like, what? Why would I bring that here? How is that? I got that on my bench right now. That's my 14th man. There he is. Like, what is the reasoning for them making a trade with us to give us what we need to possibly win the championship. And then the other thing too is, as much as we criticizing and saying what's not good and what, the bottom line is, once again, front office is going to look at it. Politics, everything. Karl Anthony Towns is struggling here. He's struggling there. But he's still giving you 21 points, 12 rebounds.
He's your all-star defender.
We're a small team.
Playoff games.
We're a small team. I said this the other day, actually. I think I said this on MBK. We trade Cat somewhere. And this could be for Cat, this could be for Mitch, because they're the two best rebounders. We trade Cat or we trade Mitch somewhere else. We get back somebody who can come in, play better defense, and can score. But the trade-off is we trade either one of those two players, we significantly a different team rebounding-wise. And we're already small to begin with, so that's why we don't rebound that well outside of the bigs. And Josh Hart, we know Josh Hart is an anomaly. But that's going to be another issue that we face. So there's never going to be a perfect thing. And then later we get this guy in. He's good. Like if we had Jaren Jackson Jr. here, don't get me wrong, Jaren Jackson is a really solid defender. Can he score? Well, yes. But if you looked at how he scores, he only scores on the perimeter. He's a weird cat. He shoots shots. Down low, he don't score. He's a shooter.
Okay. Are we talking about Triple J?
Yeah, Triple J. You bring Triple J in, so he's a better defender, and he can score, but he only scores on the perimeter. So what's the difference between him and Cat in that regard? Because Cat can score inside, he does, but he likes to be on the perimeter, and he's a better scorer on the perimeter than Triple J. And then the flip side is Cat gives you almost 13 rebounds a night. Triple J maybe gives you half of that. He's a terrible rebounder. Like, there's always something you find in these different trade scenarios. And you're like, it's never perfect.
There's no perfect player out there, and if it was, definitely can't afford him.
Well, I think another major issue here, and it hurts a lot of the homers, is that we thought we had a prolific 7-foot offensive player. And we do. He's a double-double machine. He's not dropping the 35 and 15s like it used to be. But
hold on, keep talking. I got you. Everybody
he's not dropping the it's definitely Home Nation. He's not dropping the 35 and 15s like he was, prior. Not to say he can't anymore, but I think that we thought Mitch being healthy was two players doing the opposite thing that we needed. We needed a defensive a big guy. If Cat can't be the guy who could play defense and offense, and he can't be, then Mitch has to be the other guy who plays the defense. And since Mitch is getting cooked often, is really and Cat's numbers have went down, all this stuff is starting to look a little bit scary. So now we're looking like, what do we do? Who do we move? Where do we go? I'm telling you right now, the Knicks are not moving anywhere. And if they do start moving somebody,
it's going to be this offseason.
It's going to start either in the offseason, very good, Yuri, exactly, or Mitch is gone first.
Cat was an NBA All-Star last year, guys. I mean, come on, he's not going anywhere to trade that.
Right. Cat's not leaving here. That you could get rid of that notion. But Mitch and a handful of these other people, you go check out the numbers of who they want. If New Orleans is ready to start bursting things open, get rid of it, as soon as this year is over, Robinson is off the books, whatever it might be. You can start trading there and go get Herb Jones.
Hi, Juan. Hi, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Hey, what's up,
Yuri? What's happening, Yuri?
Good. I was watching the stream. I made a comment in the chat. Basically says respectfully, screw the kids. We're trying to win a championship. Screw Mahone, screw Ariel.
I said it on here.
The only ones I want playing is Mo D, which he didn't play. I understand why. NBA Cup. Could have probably used him a little bit. Moldy. The only two kids I want playing is Moldy and Tyler Kolek. That's it. Those are the only two players I want playing off the bench.
So it's not screw the kids then.
A little bit screw the kids.
It's screw some of the kids.
Screw some of the kids.
Well, look, and I'll let you speak more, Yuri. Obviously, I just want to say that guys, I don't know. There's no like perfect answer to fulfill everybody and what we want on this team. There's always going to be somebody that's not happy because there's going to be something that this team doesn't take advantage of. There's going to be people that are not happy that the kids don't get enough playing time and we could use them. I'm not saying we can use pieces of what they can bring, but it may not be enough for Mike Brown to say it's worth it, right? And I don't get me wrong, I do listen to a lot of people. I hear them talking, and I was like, okay, well, yes, should Diawara play? Can he do this? Right. But did you see the other day how he left 2 backdoor open cuts? I'm like, I wasn't paying attention to that. But then I looked and okay, you're right. So no, but I'm saying like think about it from a standpoint of a coach. The biggest issue that this Knicks team has by far, we all know what it is. It's defense. Right. Offense, they're fine. No matter who they put in there, even with the bench is now giving them something. The Knicks are fine offensively. They're scoring 100 plus points, 110 every night easy. Correct. Right. So that's not an issue. They could probably get to 120 on a given night.
Yep.
It's all defense. So when you bring in somebody and you want them to help you defensively with their length, athleticism, and I'm not saying Diawara hasn't. In the little time he's had, sometimes he's had a steal, he's had a rebound, he's doing something, but he also might be missing certain things that Mike Brown says that's not on. See, like I said, we can look at things as fans. He looks at things as a coach. He might say, man, he just let that kid go backdoor. Oh man, he missed his assignment right there. And so Mike Brown might say, I can't teach him that right now. So he doesn't get it yet. I need practice to keep showing him how to deal with this situation. For right now, I can't put him out there because he's not going to just learn on the fly. He might, but then you get tested somewhere. This is the NBA. There's always somebody coming at you with some new move or some different scheme offensively.
Hard screens. Yeah,
like
flare screens.
I'm just saying, from our standpoint, we're looking at as a coach. I got to get him out of there because he's not ready for this. Right? I haven't coached him up yet enough for him to deal with this yet. We need more practice, and then he'll see it more, and then we'll talk about it. Then he'll know what to do. I'm just throwing that out there, guys, because that's what a coach would think. We're not coaches, and we're not responsible for this team.
I play my role as the contrarian, the obligatory contrarian here.
Go ahead.
All right, so look, my point to that is we've seen Jordan Clarkson come in several games, and credit to him. I was very skeptical of him, but he's been playing, putting in the effort to refine and improve his game. That being said, though, he's fouled out in 2 games already, and he's come very close in other games. And even though he's putting in the effort on defense, he's not a good defensive player.
He's giving effort on the defensive end, though, at least.
I'm not saying he's not trying. I never say he's not trying. I think he's putting in the effort. I commend him for it. But is he a plus defender every game? No. And in some games, it's been difficult for him. And we're talking fouling out in 14 minutes, 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So the point that I'm making, larger point I actually remember from earlier that I want to make. So the Knicks currently have the number 20th ranked bench defense in the NBA. Number 1 is OKC and number 2 is the Pistons. Last I checked. So I think that the front office looked at one of the big issues of last season. We had the lowest scoring bench in the league by far, right? So what's the solution? Go get some scores. You get Jordan Clarkson, Yabusele, Shamet. Boom. You upgraded from Precious Achua, or so we were told. I'm not so sure.
I'm not giving up on you, Yabu, that easily.
I'm not, but we're all watching the same games.
Right.
The numbers are what they are. There's nothing, The fact that you're saying not getting up on, we already understand the framing of how he's been playing. I rooted for him, but
right. No, I understand.
What's the highlight I can point? Oh, Yabu, he's one. Come on, we're all watching the same games. So the point that I'm making is, I think that they did solve the bench scoring issue, and this is the main point I wanted to bring up on the show. They solved the bench scoring issue at the trade-off, like a monkey's paw wish of that the defense is perhaps so bad sometimes that you can't really make up for it. It doesn't really even out. So the bench scoring is much higher, but I would point to Yabusele as a perfect example because almost every time that I've seen him in the game, he makes a 3. He almost immediately gives one up on the other end every time. Like he gets blown by on defense so many times. And to wrap it up with Ron's point here. So I think that there is a double standard with Dogma, because I have seen every single player, Cat, Hart especially, let's be honest. Tell me Hart's never missed 2 back-to-back defensive possessions. He does it every game, basically. Especially crunch time, he's tired. You've seen him miss these. So it's not to say that you don't lapse him, but here, I'll wrap up again. Will Richard for OKC. He played
Fruity?
Will Richard.
Oh, Will. Not Little. My bad.
Yeah.
I keep hearing you say it, and I still keep hearing Lil. You're talking about Will Richard.
Little Richard. Come on. I know Little Richard. Little Richard isn't in the NBA. He's on the Warriors.
You're making me think of Little Richard's eyes right now. His eyes would get big.
Every
His
time
eyes would be like,
I keep hearing Lil Richard.
That's funny. Well, anyways, yeah. So this guy, he played 1 game against the Warriors, against the Spurs for the Warriors. He started next to Curry, 22 minutes, 3 points, and he had 3 turnovers and 3 fouls. So it's not amazing, but he was a +1 in a game they won by 5. The next game, also he starts against Wemby, and he was much better. He had 10 points in 16 minutes. So he still had 4 fouls, but the thing is, I think you have to show people grace and understand that, yes, you're trying to win, but Diawara has a good defensive rating for the season. He has been a plus when he's come in the game, every game individually, even though it's small. The thing is, you're going to say it's a small sample size. What other sample size can I point to? He's being judged off these small sample size, so when he does something good, doesn't matter. Like, it's not fair. You know what I'm saying? And then every bad defense, like Shaman has had games of going 1 from 7. We'll say, oh, he wasn't in rhythm, this needs more time. It's the same thing for every player. You know, and it's not like it's at this point with Kolek, you could see the guy's playing and helping. He's helping us win games right now. We're winning now because we're playing Kolek. He helped in the NBA Cup yesterday. And he's the least athletic, physically gifted one. I mean, you're telling me Malcolm Brogdon is going to help this team more than Tyler Kolek right now? Like, that's the argument I was presented with a few months ago.
Malcolm Brogdon retired.
He retired because he's washed.
Okay, so let's not talk about him.
He was not.
Carry on, no. Go ahead, carry on.
I'm just saying, we're talking veteran win now. So Yabusele and Malcolm Brogdon is who's going to be on this basketball team.
And experienced kids are not going to lead us to the championship either, D-Rex.
They offer OKC, Houston Rockets.
They developed over time. And we had this conversation a million times already. This is a win now team. They pay their players, the veteran players, to come in here and get a championship. OKC developed from scratch. It took them years and years to get where they were. It didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen overnight. And I'm not saying we shouldn't develop the rookies, but this is your talking point every single weekend. One thing's for sure, 2 things for certain. You keep saying we got to play the rookies. You don't think that everybody here wants to see those guys do well? Because I know I do. I want to have those guys play well for this team. But the actuality and the real thing is there's no time for it. There's no time to develop these guys if you're looking to win this season. It's not going to happen.
That's right.
So every time you get on here and you say, we got to play them right now, you're doing a detriment to the team, because these guys that are playing that we paid to come play are the guys that are going to take us to the promised land. Not Diawara off the bench, not Kolek off the bench, not who else is there? What's the little European guy name? Whoever it is, these guys are not ready to play in the NBA, which is why they're not playing. Kolek is playing well. Diawara plays well in spot minutes, but everybody else is not playing because they're not good enough.
Win now, yes or no?
He helped us win a game.
More than one game at this point. The Nets, he wasn't
one game, bro. Just one. That's it.
So last night doesn't count. The Nets doesn't count.
Last night is a game.
We're talking about,
and he's only playing because of injury. You're the next man up. If no one was injured, he wouldn't be playing.
And now,
I'm not saying he doesn't do. I'm not saying that Kolek doesn't deserve to get a few minutes here and there, because he shows you when he's on the court that he can play. He has great vision. He passes the ball well. He's not back on defense. He can knock a shot down. But we have players in front of him that are better, which is why he's not playing.
And paid more.
Okay? We're not lacking guards. We have great guards. We lacking big men. We need help in the front court, not the back court. And all of the players, yo, girl, stop talking over me.
All right, everybody relax.
I'm just saying.
It's cool. Everybody relax.
I'm just saying. We need help in the front court. We don't need help in the back court.
Here's another. Hold on. Here's one more.
Go ahead, Ron.
I'll let you keep going, Tori. But I just want to throw one more thing out there that we're not talking about because nobody's really thinking about it. We're focusing on certain things. Here's something that another thing that I'm not 100%, but I'm damn near 90%. And unfortunately, the Knicks put themselves in this position just the way they maneuver things. There's no way for them to get out of it. We talking about these young players playing and being a part of the team, but right now we can't really find the role for them. Guys are playing out of necessity because others are out, right? We know that. But there's two guys on this team that could help this team right now. The Knicks are in a position where they can't play them. And I'm telling you right now, Tosan is good enough to help this team right now. He's played with the Nets. He's played against other teams. He knows how to go out there and still get a bucket and do what he's got to do. And Jemison helps this team right now. But the Knicks have them on two-way contracts, and they can only play them 40 games. They are trying not to use these guys early. They are trying to hold them until the second half of the season when they can use them and not worry about – you hit your 40 game mark. Now you can't. That's it. He's a paperweight. Like that's a problem. I'm not going to say that's good. That's a problem for the Knicks that you wish things would be different. But the only way to make it different is to give up on another one of these young kids before it's their time. That's not fair to them either. The Knicks are kind of caught. Do I feel like maybe they say to themselves, maybe it's time to move on from this kid? Well, maybe, but they have to weigh out their options and try to find a trade package that is going to benefit them so they don't have a draft asset for nothing. But I will tell you right now, I do believe that Tosan can help this team right now, and I know Jemison can help this team right now. But they can't.
On those guys on those two-way contracts, they can't play in the playoffs, right?
They can only play 40 games in the NBA.
In the regular season.
Yeah.
But can they play in the playoffs?
No, they can't.
No, they can't. All right.
I thought we were allowed to add players in the playoffs.
But to add, you got to remove. So that's the thing.
Right.
Like, who do you remove?
Okay.
And even if you do remove, remember, that don't take away the money you owe the player that you removed. Still got to pay him. So, and the Knicks don't got no money.
But the percentage of what you pay is lower,
right? It's low, but you still on the hook for most of that money.
Okay,
and that's why a lot of times, you know how we when you start hearing people say, "Oh, the Knicks can't trade this person until this time." It's not just about when you acquired somebody. There's also stipulations like how much you have to pay a person's contract to be able to then move them and not take the full cap hit. You could get a little bit of a discount. So that's why some people get moved later in the year. Either way, I'm just telling you, the Knicks are kind of screwed in that regard because I feel like they've got two players that are on that bench that can help this team now that they can't really play. And a third, we're not even talking about. Who knows if he's ready? I still feel like he could help, but we're not even going to get into McCullough. Whatever. It is what it is. I'm sorry, Tori. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Show.
Oh, wait. Happy Thanksgiving, Tori.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving to all of you guys. I hope everyone, even you too, D-Rex, had a great holiday. Ain't no beef.
Tori, you came in on fire. Tori came in on fire.
It get irritating at a point, right? Because you listen to it get regurgitated over and over and over and over again. And we know that those things are not going to happen.
But
like we're not the grassroots. Hold on. We're not that grassroots team that he's talking about. That they're just is that what he's looking for, the Knicks are not gonna do. Because in order to do that, with a 13-win season. Go ahead, go. Go ahead, say what you was gonna say. I don't mean to go ahead.
And with I mean, how much is it? Well, let's just say, and with almost $200 million tied up in
contracts, like
players, whatever. That is the
we in a lose-lose situation, right?
Yeah, we are. Because the bottom line is we got a hit. When James Dolan was on the Roommates podcast and said, I think this is it. Like, he's telling you this is it. Okay, I spent a lot of money. That we are almost right at the second apron. You got 2 all-stars on this team, all right, and then you got 2 other guys that are always going to be in maybe all-star conversation. That's enough for him in his mind. Like, I did what I had. I gave you all the money. Make it work. Like,
right. Right.
And
one more thing. What you was going to say?
Well, I'm sorry. Sorry, and then I'll let D-Rex say what he was going to say. The other thing I want to say too is, guys, look, we are Knicks fans. We love our team. We believe in what they're doing. They've made a lot of solid moves. I think the Knicks have made some very good free agent moves. The only move that we right now are questioning is Yabusele, right? We know that. But for the most part, they've made, and for those who might be questioning Jordan Clarkson, I'm gonna tell you're wrong. Jordan Clarkson is playing great basketball. It's not showing all the time, but no, I hear you. But what Jordan Clarkson is doing is something I've never seen Jordan Clarkson do. Jordan Clarkson is actually trying out there. Now, he's not great. We see that he's fouling a lot. The reason why he's fouling is because he's trying. I didn't see him doing that with Utah. He's out here getting in foul trouble, and he's probably upset with himself. He's like, I'm trying, and I'm getting fouled out of games. He's probably pissed off. But I like the fact that he's trying. I'm like, I didn't even expect him to do that. So I just thought he was going to come in and shoot. And he's been passing the ball
in because he bought in, Ron. He bought in.
And his man is over here. Remember, like we say what we say. Josh Hart is a day one. They came into the league together and was on the same team. Like, so they're cool. So he's not trying to like upset everything. He's trying to come in. He wants to win. He came from Utah. He's going from Utah to the Knicks. You think he's not happy he's here? So anyway, I just want to throw that out.
He's got more wins now than last year, probably.
That's a fact. By the way, even though we're talking about Mike Brown too, the Knicks are still 12-6, guys, to start the season. I mean, let's.
And that was going to be my next point. But go ahead, Rex. What you was going to say?
Go ahead, Rex. What were you going to say, brother?
Okay, so it's a few things. I'll try to be to the point. So for one, this is already a rerun. We did this argument before. The only difference now is that Kolek is now part of the rotation. The silver lining of, let's say, even he is playing only because of injury, is now, even let's say it was one game. I think it's been more than one good game he's played for us already at this point. But even let's say one, two good things happen. One, even when Shamet comes back, we now have another extra player we can play. Because perhaps you could do even a Shamet Kolek lineup. Because, okay, Shamet with the ball, facilitator. I mean, come on. Who's better at passing? We have to be real, have basketball conversations here at some point. Kolek is a better passer than Landry Shamet. Landry Shamet's not he can't pass, but I mean, his skill is elite. You can see what he's doing. It's something 5 assists, 0 turnovers per game. And I think that even, let's say you don't like him, he's a bum, he goes back to the bench, this one game increases trade value. So now one of our assets is more valuable at the trade deadline. Now you want to move off Kolek? At least you got return from it. At least you played him 1 game, 2 games. Oh, you played good. Now another GM is going to see that and say, oh, instead of $2 million, I'll give you $4 million. And it gives you a better player you can exchange for him at the trade deadline. So I'm not like these guys are precious gems, so you just have to play them over the veterans no matter what. But we want to get a return on our valuable investments. If they play literally 1 or 2 good games, maybe even double their value you could get. Literally. One good recent NBA game is enough to sell people. So beyond that, and to wrap it up, so we don't have time, Brooks Barnheiser. If anybody knows this player, shoot me dead in the street. He's the 2025 rookie pick, 44 pick for OKC this year. He played versus the Trailblazers, which is the only team to beat them this season, so you can't tell me they're not trying hard against the Trailblazers, even though, whatever, he played 8 minutes. And in a double overtime game, where was this one? Against the Pacers? Yeah, here. In a double overtime game against the Pacers where they won by less than 10, he played 14 minutes.
Okay.
So they can find time for their 6'6", number 44 rookie pick this year to play 15 minutes, whatever it was, in a double overtime game. But we, who know better than OKC, so much better at winning than OKC.
Hold on one second.
Was Jalen Williams playing that game?
Well, damn it, Jay.
Sorry.
And I also like to point out that the Oklahoma City Thunder have their system established already. They're a championship team. They're playing with their same players, their same coach, and the same system. So it's okay to throw a rookie in there with them to learn how to play their system. We are playing with a brand new coach and a brand new system. We're not even running plays yet. It's all read and react. So to throw a rookie out there in the midst of us trying to learn is going to be counterproductive. This team is literally learning on the fly. And you want to muddy up the waters by throwing a rookie out there who doesn't know nothing about nothing.
That's actually
That's
better. Because
just,
they don't have to unlearn another
it's
system.
not better.
They can just
Because
learn Stephen right
our
now.
core
And we've done
players
it.
have
We've
to
won
learn
it.
how to play with each other first before you can add something else into the system. These guys are going to be getting spot minutes here and there, if that, in garbage time. We all know that they're not going to be out there on the court. Do you want the guys that are actually going to be out there on the court to get it together and play together right now? Or do you want to bring the rookies along at the expense of these guys learning the system? We are
So
in a lose-lose situation. You have
I
to
ask,
do
I'm
one
gonna
thing
flip the
or the
question on you.
other.
I'm going to flip the question on
Go
you.
ahead.
Do you have more faith, given the same amount of time and minutes, that Yabusele will end up being a better basketball player for this team?
I don't know if Yabusele is going to be a better basketball player. I don't know. I have
Do
no
you
idea.
think that given the same amount of time to both players, Yabusele will end up being a better contributor to this basketball team in high leverage situations than Mohamed Diawara?
I have no idea.
Yes or no?
I said I don't know.
That none
I
of
can't
us
give
know
you a
that.
yes or a no. I
None of
have
us
no
know that.
idea.
That
I have no idea.
the reason why I'm saying that, D-Rex, is I know, like, on the fence, on for what it is, I know what you're saying, and don't get me wrong, and I know other Knicks fans are feeling the same way. I get it. I'm even in the back of my head, I can say the same thing. Like, I definitely think, I know what you're saying. I think that Diawara should be having a chance to play, and on the surface, I could say, I mean, who would I rather give those minutes to, Yabu or Diawara? I would say Diawara, but here's the problem. We have not seen Yabu play really well here, but he has played well. He's played well in Philadelphia, and we definitely know. I don't know. He may be one of them. That's something about that. You know, the countrymen, when they go home and play with their country, they are ball out. Fournier looked incredible with his team. You know, and Yabu looks great over there, because the other thing is too. I don't want to get too deep into this because it doesn't matter. He's with the Knicks,
His
right?
tired legs from playing all year.
It could be, but I think also, remember, the thing is, and all of these guys go through this. This is basketball is about X's and O's, knowing what to do out there, having the skill set to produce, but it's also confidence, guys. Confidence is important. And once you start getting that confidence at a certain level, you feel a certain way. You think, oh, I could do it. Look what I just did. Oh, I could do this. I could do more of this. Look, oh, okay, I just did that move. It worked. Look, I'm scoring. Oh, he's not really stopping me. That confidence level starts growing and growing. There's nothing bigger confidence level than a European player when they play with their team. These guys look like, hey, Evan Fournier is a good player, good role player. He has great moments. Every time we play Boston, he steps up. Yabusele, he looks good. He played with Philadelphia. He had some good moments with them. When they go home and play with their country, they're like, it's Yabu. Oh, it's Fournier. They different. They look that's why when Fournier goes over there, every time they play, when they play the FIBA Classic and all this stuff, they're like, he's the leader. He's here. He's just a player. And we don't, and a player that's playing making 19 million and Tibbs got him on the bench. I don't even want to look at him. He goes to France, plays with his team. He's the leader of the team. Like, so these guys I'm just saying from that standpoint, because I do know that has a lot to do with how we view these players, how good they look playing with these in high competition versus Team USA. We saw he dunked on LeBron. Like, Yabu, he's had great moments. But for whatever reason, he has not looked comfortable here. But all I'm saying is, once again, if you tell me that I'm a professional player, I've been playing professionally all my life, maybe not all in the NBA. And then I come to the NBA and I've been here maybe 3 years, whatever, 4 years, 3 years, whatever it is. And most, I was playing with Philadelphia, but I had good moments with Philadelphia. Then I'm coming to the Knicks. Before I came to the Knicks, I just played with another FIBA Classic, and you saw me light it up. I had like 37 points. This is Yabusele, by the way. And we gave him $6 million. We've played 18 games. It's an 82-game season. Am I going to say definitively that I know what that player is in 18 games? I can't do it, bro. I can't. I get it. And like I said, even in my mind right now, I can say Diawara might be able to add more to the team. But I also got to understand from a coaching standpoint, Mike Brown looks at Diawara and says, you know what? Maybe he can do this. Yabu can't do that. But he looks a little lost here, and he can't look lost here. If we're going to be successful, he's got to know this bar minimum, or else what are we doing? Because I know Cat's going to struggle here, Brunson is a willing defender, but he might struggle here because of his size. I need Diawara to know how to do this, because if he's not doing this right, I can't play him. And I think that's where Mike Brown is. I'm not saying, once again, guys, if we're looking at everything as smart fans, looking at basketball the way it's got to be played and what we expect from these players, they have to be given the right tools to succeed. And then from there, they got to succeed. But we can't expect guys to do something if the coach is not feeling it. They can't. You got to earn your minutes, but you got to keep the minutes too. Like, just because you get out there and get the minutes, if you don't do exactly what the coach thinks you need to do, because the other thing too, last thing I'm going to say, we'll move on, is Mike Brown is like, he looks like a player's coach, which everybody says, but he also has his moments when he gets a little fiery, but he's pretty forgiving out there. He gives people chances and he encourages them while they're out there on the court. He's definitely not the type of player that's not going to give you a chance. It's just, you got to do at least what he expects you to do out there to keep everything going, because we're already breaking down, and these are guys that know what to do out there. They just may not have the ability to orchestrate it properly. And then we're going to say we're going to put it in the hands of a rookie when he's still learning, and he may not know all of this, and he's going to look bad at moments. And Mike Brown I think he's the type of coach that wants these players to succeed and doesn't want to put them in bad positions that they can't. And also, if it doesn't help the team, I'm not going to leave you out there. That's all I'm saying.
And he does put his foot up the backside. You got to watch it the way he does it. He doesn't do it like Tom Coughlin, right? Like pull him off the field and scream at him stuff. But he does it. Believe me. Watch a game and see how he schools them if they acting out or they doing the wrong thing.
Yeah.
So and last thing, really quick, I'm sorry, Tori. The guy who played 10 minutes that did really well for OKC. That's a different system, a different team, a different philosophy, a different everything. But it also took 2 double overtimes for him to gain those 10 minutes. Okay,
he's gonna play regularly.
Yeah, and
he's averaging 7.5 minutes on the season. There's some games he doesn't play at all. But yeah,
right.
No, I mean, yeah,
right, and then also we're also a team that has risen every year. Our next stop should be the finals. If our trajectory of what we've been doing is where we're going, and so we don't have the basis of that is we have the core, then we have NBA ready players, and we went out and got some more NBA ready players, and we are trying to stop there and get to the finals with these people. Unfortunately, and I hear you on this. I don't think the two mix together where they say we're going to get this kid right while we're also trying to get this championship. And I just don't think it's not going to mix. Not with the Knicks. And for any reason, I don't know the reason. It's just not going to happen unless people go down. Knock on wood, that doesn't happen. But if it does, and he shows up and he plays well, he'll get more chances. But if he doesn't play well, he'll never play again. And we lose the opportunity to either use him in the future or package him in a deal. So, that's just how it happens. Cole is a product of that right now. And I agree. Listen, and it's horrible with all this tight CBA things and everything, because I do believe Jefferson is part of the answer, and so is the other kid. They did play well, and we definitely don't need more guards. We need more length, more strength, more height. But
I do think that some people might get on him because I saw some stuff about it already. People are already saying stuff. Mike Brown played the starters a lot less yesterday, right? Yeah. And so when you look at the minutes, you see a very similar thing to Tom Thibodeau, right? The starters played heavy minutes yesterday, right? Yeah. So McCall played 34 minutes. Josh played 39 minutes. Cat plays 35. Jalen played 39. Miles McBride, who started, played 33. However,
they still didn't play over 40, right?
well, yeah, but that's still high, right? But
before you go, Ron, we also got to remember that he playing for his job.
That's fair.
You can't we go, oh he playing him a little too long, or oh he not playing the kids. He know he has to produce now, and if he not playing them kids, it's because he don't trust them. So we got to be patient with Mike Brown, because we got to understand that not only is he trying to teach these guys a new system, he understands that he's playing for his job. So we just got to be patient.
I agree.
We got to throw that man out.
The other thing, Tori, though, is you also I just think that Mike Brown is the type of guy. He's nobody's perfect, right? But I just think Mike Brown is more willing to try different things and realize, hey, this ain't that night, right? So let me just go with this. So Tibbs may have had his way, like this is what's going to happen, and then we're just gonna go with it. I feel like Mike Brown is gonna try to do certain things, and it will dictate how the rest of the game goes. Because I feel like if Jordan Clarkson played 21 minutes, right? But Jordan Clarkson was horrible. His offense
he was awful yesterday.
So if his offense was better, I don't think maybe Jalen Brunson would play 39 minutes. Or maybe Josh Hart would play 39 minutes. I think he did what he had to do because, look at we have 4 guys in double figures and we put up 118 points. But he had to do what he had to do to get the win, and these guys were playing. So I take that as more of a this is what had to happen this game more than this is who he is all season. I think he's going to still be willing to try to give guys a rest and play different things, but he's going to go where it works. So that's why I'm not making a big deal about it. So the fan base who is starting to already look at the minutes and starting to complain, just give it more time before you say that this is the norm, because I don't believe that's the norm. It is what it is.
I kind of agree, because even though it's been a lot over the last few games in that game, they're still way down an average for the season compared to where they were last year. Right.
The only thing with that is the reason why I want to say it, because we want to give Mike Brown some time, is because things have been on the uptick. And also,
I still don't like it, but yes.
Yeah, and Josh Hart went to the coach and complained that he says he wants more minutes. So I'm just putting that out there because, that's why I saw an article. I didn't read it. Yes, I saw it yesterday. It said Josh Hart be messing with Mike Brown's plan, because Josh Hart spoke up about the minutes. And so he's changing what his philosophy is by making him play more, which is taking minutes away from someone else. Yeah, I just want to throw that out there.
I also don't like that, because my thing was, it's not only that it makes them tired, but they have no legs in the fourth, and they had a long stretch in the fourth where they couldn't score. I'm like, was that just because of magic? They're tired. We see it.
Yeah.
They're not a good fourth quarter team this season, even already. They have
all right. Let me put this up, because I told you I was going to play this real quick. Shout out to my guy Eru, diehard Knicks. He put a little short together about.
I'm excited to see
about
this.
This is facts. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is what it is. Hold on.
Anthony Towns.
All right, hold on. Wait, let me go back.
Yo, Mikal Bridges is sick of Karl Anthony Towns.
That's terrible.
Oh my
yeah.
God.
I gotta watch it again because it's too much. And I like the fact that Mikal has been very vocal.
I love the violin.
Is that the same play over and over again?
No, this is different plays. I know it looks like the same play. It's terrible. It's terrible, I said. All right,
Oh,
get away from it. I
that looked
can't.
like the same play. That
Oh
was
yeah,
a
I did see
different
it.
play. That looked like the same couple of plays over and over again.
No,
But
it's not. It's
A
different
few,
plays.
were, but not all.
no,
No,
it's definitely more. They showed the same clip more than once. I mean,
well,
I get it. You're doing it for dramatic effect, but
yeah,
shouldn't
yeah.
you call your teammates to the mat if they're not doing the right thing? Like
Well,
Yeah, you got
that's
you
what
got
that's
to
here's
what
the
that's what
thing.
get
McCall
feet to
should
the
be
fire.
doing.
You know what
Like, I don't.
you know why you respect it? Because it's not about who it is, right? Because the same
Right.
thing he told Cat is the same thing we saw when
Him
OG.
tell OG.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I like that. I like
I
that.
mean, like
Me
you
too.
supposed to call your teammates to the mat when they're not doing the right
That's
thing.
a
Do it.
fact. I hear
Good for
that
you,
story.
McCall.
Yes, I love
Hard,
it.
Good for you,
hard,
McCall.
You know what I'm
Hard
saying?
did it to him last night. Hard did
Yeah,
the same
you know
thing
what
to him
I'm
last night.
noticing? You know what
Yeah,
I'm
good
noticing,
for you.
guys? Maybe this is another reason why Tibbs ain't here. Maybe McCall didn't feel like he could really have a voice on last year's team and talk to people about what they doing on the court.
Right.
I'm speculating. That's the messy part of me right now.
That's
But I'm
Well,
not surprised.
Deuces said something similar. So yeah,
Mhm.
he feels he has more of a voice now, as he said that in the beginning of the season.
I always
did-
remember that comment Josh Hart made last season. What was it about? Like egos in the locker room.
Yeah.
I always wondered who that was about.
I wondered too.
Now I feel like it was about a few people.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think it was
well.
about a few people.
What was the comment?
Josh
That-
said that we had that we need to check our egos. He said it like a we. He, but
Yeah, he didn't name
wasn't
no
talking about
names.
him.
Oh, I love that. Don't name names. But
Yeah,
I mean, I get it. Why? I get why.
Oh, so what I was going to say before is this. I'll just show this real quick. I was talking about it. That. Oh, pause. It won't pause. What? It will not pause. Hold on. There we go. This is Deuce's defense. This is just one play, but this shows you the value of Deuce. And unfortunately, I don't care where you look to find it. We don't have a lot of people that can replicate this on this team. Just this is what it is.
Good ass defender, bro. He's real.
I mean, yeah.
I'm starting to call him Deuce.
Picking it up from
Right, respect my guy.
And Tori knows, but I'm starting to call him Deuce.
I've been consistently pro-Deuce. I would like to point out.
I mean, that's how he was with him the whole night.
Whole game.
That's why you got to respect Deuce. I mean, I know, like I said, I get on him. The only reason I get on him is because of his inconsistency with his shot. It's not about his defense or his effort.
His offense.
It's always the offense, because I just know he can do more, and we need it because we can't. There's no given night. The only people you can rely on for points. I say this, and Cat gave 9 points yesterday. But anyway, is Cat, Brunson, and whatever you're gonna get from McCall and OG. Everything else is gravy. You can hope you're gonna get Clarkson to do some stuff. We were hoping Shamit would help, but now he's out. So Deuce is important.
How long is Shamit out?
Shamit's going to be reevaluated from. They said 4 weeks. That was about a week ago.
Yeah.
So in another 3 weeks, he'll get reevaluated.
It could have been a season. I feel like we lucky.
Yeah, yeah.
Just a month.
He might but he's only getting reevaluated. That's tell you what the real timetable is. So that's.
I really feel like I call our oh God, whatever our staff is that help with whatever they are.
The training.
I feel like they are being their training staff is being overly cautious with these guys. Same thing with Jalen Brunson, putting them in the boots, and I just really feel like they being overly cautious with these guys to keep them going down the stretch.
Shamit's
his shoulder looked bad.
Yeah, that shoulder is tough because some people don't even come. Remember, that's the same thing that happened to Julius Randle.
And the same dude did that was the same one that hurt Jalen Brunson in the last game.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy.
He's dirty. He lucky I don't know where he at.
And no one did nothing about it.
Yeah. But it's when you get that injury, you're the reoccurrence of it. It's very easy.
It is, and
so
I know it's different depending on what you're doing. Like
Jay, I hear you, right? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say I had it happen to me. Right, I went up for a dunk. I caught the dunk, and I came. No, I'm just playing.
I'm like,
I
oh
was
shit,
in.
for real. Jay, I hear you when you say that ain't nobody did nothing about it. That's 2025 NBA.
That's the Knicks.
That's not the
I know,
Knicks.
I know. You know what they did?
That's just about every team in the league. Like that's just not. You got a
Right.
couple of guys that'll be out there willing to scrap, but that's
sometimes
literally 2025 NBA, and nobody want to lose their money.
right, but
Everybody
Right,
chit
right.
chat
See,
and
there it
everybody
is.
talk.
The
They like,
money
I'm not
has
getting in.
went
I'm
up.
not throwing
So
no.
it's
I ain't throwing
right.
no punches for this. Crazy. Like
The other thing
right,
dude
too,
was like, you
Corey, is
better get away
sometimes
from that guy.
yeah.
sometimes you don't want to look crazy either. Like,
Right.
what was this freaking guy's name? What's his name?
How about your boy from last night? Remember he
Yeah,
was on the Knicks. Yeah, crazy eyes.
I forgot what
Oh,
his name.
Portis.
No, it wasn't. No, but it wasn't Portis who did. It was the dude off the bench who was not playing.
It was one of the brothers, right?
Michael Porter Jr. No,
Yes.
right? That's his name, Michael Porter Jr.
No, Kevin
Kevin
Porter
Porter.
Jr.
Kevin
Yeah,
Porter Jr.
yep.
Right.
Came off the
Kevin
Oh, when they
Porter is trying to
surrounded
come off-
Macau, right?
Yeah, he's trying to come off the. McCall didn't
But
even really do nothing to Giannis, but they
He
all
laughed
like,
at
you know,
him. He laughed
and
at
Macau
Kevin
didn't
before.
even.
He laughed at him.
Right. He laughed. He's like, man, get out of here.
see,
Yeah.
that's what I'm
Everybody
saying.
knows
Like,
nobody's swinging no more. Like
the
that's
tough
just
guy
not.
thing, it don't really work unless you a tough guy. Now, don't get me wrong, Kevin Porter is a tough guy. He hits women. Sorry, I said too much. He's definitely
Yeah.
he's tough.
He
somewhere.
does.
That's not.
He's
By the
tough
way,
somewhere.
that's not a tough guy, Ron.
Yeah, no, I know what the
No,
real
that's a
crazy is.
coward.
I'm saying
That's a
he,
punk.
he at least he perpetrates the tough guy
100%
thing.
a punk.
You know what I
Right.
mean? So
I like that. I'd trade Cap for Hartenstein straight up.
oh wow.
That's just.
But you know what?
Saying
That
that's
was
just
the
tough.
last of our tough guys right there. That guy would have gotten anybody's face and through people. I feel like now you hurt one of our players, and another one of our players run up and say, "Go say sorry right now. Go say sorry."
Yeah,
It's not like it used to be.
It's a different NBA.
Right.
The other thing that Jay was trying to say too, that we were both thinking at the same time, D-Rex, is in reference to, now I know they play different positions. I know it's different height. The guy that you're talking about, the Banheiser or whatever, he's 6'5", Brooks Barnheiser. But you also have the ability to play and get seen and put in a position maybe where you wouldn't be when one of their best players has been out for the whole season and just got back.
In that game.
Jay Will just got back.
Yeah.
The double overtime game Jay Will played.
Oh, well, I mean, it said that so why did I hear it's his first game of the season? Is there a different J Dub? Oh, they got two J Dubs, don't they?
Two.
Oh, is that what it is?
It was the
Yeah.
the
There's
other J
Jay
Dub has been out.
Williams and
Okay.
the really
Two.
good one. The really good one.
Wait, what's the
One is
difference?
6.
The same
Yeah.
stuff?
One is 6. One is 6'10". One is 6'5".
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So the other one, the tall one was playing. The other one, the one that that kills the Knicks and kills everybody else, he's the one that's been out.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
44 pick is playing for OKC.
Right.
So
So that's why
All
he
I'm
had
saying,
that
all I'm saying is
opportunity.
this: if you went to Oklahoma City right now and you asked their front office and you asked their GM and you asked their coach if they would rather play a bunch of their rookies or the guys that they have playing now, I want you to tell me what they would say.
they would say it's a false dichotomy.
They would say what?
It's a false dichotomy.
That's a false choice. You can do both because they do.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't because they're not doing it now.
They literally are.
Well,
They
hold
aren't.
on.
They play
Hold on.
one guy.
What do you think the deal is?
Look what Buzzer Beater just put in the chat. He says I want Toronto. The reason
Me
why I'm
too.
bringing that up is because I'm using Toronto.
Yeah.
Toronto was playing a bunch of young players last year. You see how Toronto looked? This year, what did they do? They went out, they brought in Brandon Ingram, they brought in your guy. Say it one time for me, D-Rex.
Oh, I forgot the good time.
They brought in Mishkaveli. Mishkaveli, yes. They brought in.
I can't even say it.
I can't even believe it. It's the rematch.
I can't say it either.
Yes, yes.
If the Knicks let this guy go off from three one more time,
Well,
I
first
swear.
off, you already know that whoever's
They
on
will.
Toronto is going to shoot threes against the Knicks.
Yeah, our defensive from the 3-point line is horrible.
It's terrible.
Horrifying.
It's horrible.
How is it possible that most
That it got
likely-
worse.
Thank you. How is it
got
possible?
we're fixing their ability to
We
shoot.
were one of the last teams in the NBA in 3-point defense. How are we worse?
Horrible. I don't know.
Oh
It's
man.
just so weird. And that's
I
the
know.
problem with this team. I'm trying to like This is why I want to fight Thibodeau because I really feel like last year we should have won it all, and
Yeah.
now we got to fight through a Eastern Conference that is so much better than it was last year. Just to get
Every
back to
day.
where we were again, we're
That's what
small and our
happens, Tori.
defense is horrid. If I
Every
see that
day I
man in the
gotta fight
street,
to
I'm gonna
prove my
fight him, and
worth.
I want somebody to stick him up for all 30 million of them dollars. He don't
Me
deserve a
too.
nickel of that money.
But do you remember how we lost OKC last season? Who was it that killed us from
Pick
three?
him up.
There was that one game against OKC where we were okay, and then somebody went off from three. I can't remember who. Maybe it was J Dub.
Yeah, we were good because I was watching that game on a cruise, as a matter of fact, and
Well,
we
actually, J Dub
literally
went off from
we
three,
were
and
good
some dude,
to the
one of the
fourth
bench
quarter.
guys, lit us up for like 20 points in the fourth
I
quarter.
think it was
Yep.
either Wallace or Dort.
No, it had to be Wallace. I think it wasn't Dort.
It
was somebody who doesn't get a lot of
It was
minutes who lit
Wallace.
us up for 20 in the fourth.
Yep.
It's terrible. Or 18.
And Rex, I know you love OKC,
Wiggins,
but you
too,
also
the other Wiggins.
you have to remember that OKC is in a little bit of a unique situation. They brought in Hardestein, they paid him, but they also had to pay their other players. But they got a bunch of young players that they got coming up that they got to pay. And with that being said, that changes their future point of who they can have. So sometimes with them, they probably have to pay rookies because coming toward the end of the year or the following year here, their cap space is going to go. So, what rookies that they have, the bottom of the scrap heap they have to have to make them productive in order to be able to keep the current players that they have.
We're in the exact same position. The only difference is they're actually doing it, and they're getting
We're
production.
not in the exact same position.
We're not in the same. We're not in the same position. One, they've already won a championship, so they've established themselves. Secondly, two, that is not a place where if you're not at the top point and whatever else they can do, taxes. So you always have to remember that is a different point there for them.
That's right.
OKC is not I've been out there a lot. So it's not a town where they're getting money like that. You know what I mean? So what they're going to have to do is if they get into that realm and they're paying points of taxes like that, that's not really where they want to be in the division.
The taxes are different and it makes the cap space situation different, is what you're saying?
Yes. Because then if you bleed, because they're at that point, if you begin to bleed, you got to still pay.
And wait, because it's a state tax different, or is it a different law because of how they've done things, or what?
Well, this is Oklahoma. Oklahoma is probably
they have less tax.
As far but in wealth wise, they just they don't have money like that. They don't have resources like that. So you know what I mean. So first of all, you had to think about it for years. Who could you really get to even come out to Oklahoma? Oklahoma's not it's not a highlight place. It's very poor. It's very what's name.
No, I mean their whole team, the coach and a lot of the players is from the G League. They were like a G League core for like 5 years. That was the coach.
Yes, but even still, at that point of that cap space, regardless taxes or what's name or not, what happens is that they have to pay these players. That next point of players that are coming up, I forgot the tall kid's name. He's got to get paid, and he's going to get paid.
Chet Holmgren?
Yeah, Chet's going to get paid. Chet's eligible for his extension point, and he's going to get paid. Because there's no way that there's no way you're not.
Why they let go of the kid Giddy to Chicago.
Well, that and
Josh wanted to leave though, right? I think Josh.
That's one of the reasons why they let him go.
That's a part of it. Yeah,
that's one of the reasons.
That's one of the reasons. He wanted to be featured more, and then and then there was a little bit of bad politics of which
Josh Diddy
being with a 15-year-old. That's a little I don't want to go that far, but that's what it was.
Giddy, wait! I didn't know that Giddy turned Diddy.
Well,
Giddy was
I didn't know Giddy turned Diddy.
I don't want to get into these weird whatever.
Yes, it's different.
I don't know nothing about it, but I will tell you whatever has happened is the girl that he is with is of age, but they're saying that they got together when she wasn't of age. He was younger too, but it just legally it was a little. It's very, but they're still together apparently, and the family loves them. I don't know nothing. Okay,
she was in 10th grade. Let's just say it that way.
He was in 10th grade. My kid's in 10th grade. I would have killed him.
Yeah, well,
Are you kidding me?
Not when you poor and he got
Hey,
money.
it's
I'm just
Oklahoma. It's
saying.
Oklahoma.
Yeah,
Cash
Yeah.
moves everything
Oklahoma,
around me. I'm
thank
just
you.
saying. That's how
listen,
they do.
we got jokes.
Dollar bill, y'all.
More importantly, the
But,
chat.
Josh Giddy.
but the other thing I wanted to tell
Anyway,
you, the other
fellas, I
thing I
gotta
wanted
cut
to tell
out.
you.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Ron. I gotta cut out. I just want to, they
oh,
say
okay.
thanks for I'm at work, Ron.
Oh, I know.
At work.
All
I
right.
just want to say thanks again for having me on. Everybody have a great day. And D-Rex, let me know how many of your kids I could claim on my taxes, all right?
I Malcolm Brogdon.
I mean, no, I want to claim them babies on my taxes. All right,
Can I
fellas, y'all
get
have a
one?
great
All
day.
right, Tori. Good to hear from you again. Good to see you again. Well, in some
All
ways.
right, guys.
Always.
All right. All right.
Please,
Talk
Queen.
to
So what I was gonna say, because you guys have brought up OKC and everything that's going on over there, I wanted to bring up the other thing that, like, yes, OKC is this and OKC is that, and they're a really fantastic team, and they won a championship and probably in the realm to possibly win again this year, but they struggle revenue wise, so much so that obviously I don't know if you guys knew that, but they are building a new stadium and they are looking to move into it, and the new stadium has less seating capacity. The reason being is they want to sell out and fill the stadium, which they believe is going to increase revenue. They're not even selling out, and they're a championship winner, and they've only lost one game.
You know, big reason why? That state is a major college state. College football, college basketball, and
OU is right down the block.
Right down the exactly. I was there just once, and it all the revenue, all the alums, all that money goes into that. It doesn't go into their basketball team.
So you're saying everybody goes to watch a college game instead of NBA?
Oh yeah, Oklahoma is definitely
all the time.
college football city.
Way more, way more,
and high school.
And and high school.
I mean, Oklahoma is always a good team. They're good now, but I remember back in the day, that's oof. You don't even want to go over there. You didn't want to travel through there wearing somebody else's stuff. Like, they were serious.
Oh yeah,
yep.
Horse, buggy, and wagon
like
trails.
Serious.
Yeah.
And
they
still
did
like that. I mean, my boy is a Georgia Bulldog fan. And he went down there for a game wearing his stuff and had a gun pulled on him. He for real. So
Oklahoma, baby.
People take that very serious. And I'm talking about the person that pulled the gun on him was like almost our age. Wasn't kid, wasn't like that. It was somebody that had been a fan forever because that's what they live off of. A lot of people get their jobs from them. They get a lot of concession, a lot of security, a lot of all that. It's built around these colleges.
Mm-hmm.
Towns, whole towns are built around them. So
well, before we get out of here, because I know we've been rocking for a minute, I want to get you guys' thoughts on the matchup because this, and it's such a weird thing. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. We're going to basically face this team back to back. We play Toronto, and that's what. And once again, I want to apologize to everybody who was watching the show early. I got confused because I'm like, oh, I guess so. Oh wow, that's weird. So we happen to play Toronto in the quarterfinal round of the NBA Cup, and we happen to be playing Toronto next. So I threw me off. I was like, oh, so I guess that means. But anyway, so we're playing Toronto on Sunday anyway. And then we got to play Toronto again on Tuesday because of this NBA Cup. So whatever. Some people have said it in the chat, and I was watching something else. This might be another one of those Knicks real tests. I mean, Toronto is playing really good basketball. Once again, we talked about they're 14-5. They've got some new complimentary players on the team that, when you think about it, let's you know what? I'm curious because Toronto's been an afterthought for me. I want to take a look at Toronto's roster real quick so we know what we're dealing with here. Because they've made some changes.
I heard RJ's injured.
What'd you say?
I heard that RJ is injured.
Oh,
he is. Well, he was injured the last time I looked. I don't know if he's going to play today.
He might be miraculously healthy on Sunday. You know how that works.
It always is. It always is.
All right, let me share a screen with you guys so you guys see what I see.
You see where that?
Oh, interesting. All right, so they've got Oche Obaji, who I always thought was going to be Agbaji was going to be a solid player, but I don't know, how it really translates now. Obviously, they got Scotty Barnes. We know what he is. He's great. RJ is RJ, and he has his moments. Jameson Battle, he's maybe something. We got to watch guys like this because these are the type of guys you don't expect to do anything, and then they light you up. We got Grady, last name like the artist formerly known as, I don't know, messing with Grady. Chucky Hepburn, I don't know about him. They got BI now. BI is solid. AJ Lawson, Sandro Mamushkavelli. Yeah.
Don't say the next one.
Oh man. Elijah Martin, right? Jonathan Mogbo, Colin Murray Boyles. I don't know him. Jacob Portal's a solid player. They got Quickly. They got Jamal Sheed. Garrett Temple. I always thought Garrett Temple was a solid player. And they got Jacoby Walter. So, but more important, this is what we want to look at. 7 feet, 6'7", 6'9", 6'9", 6'6", 6'8", 6'7", 6'7", 6'8", 6'6", and 6'5". They got some good height.
Yep. Even Grady D.
Yeah.
Is 6'7".
And I'm not doing that.
Injured? I'm not sure. Last I checked, I saw him go down a little hard in one game.
Let's see what their injuries look like. Just Barrett is out.
Barrett has got at least 1 week as of 2 days ago for a knee sprain.
Yeah, it has a sprain. We'll be reevaluated in 7 days. This was November 26th. Oh, he's not playing.
He's not playing.
He's not playing Sunday or Tuesday.
Well, definitely not Sunday. Yeah, right.
Yeah, because if he's going to be reevaluated in 7 days, and this is from Wednesday, yeah. So he's not playing, guys. No RJ. All right, but everybody else is playing. Oh, then look, Crimsdad put it up. Hey, you all over it, Playboy. So there we go. We'll see what happens.
I think Brandon Ingram is a great pickup. Sorry to interrupt. Brandon Ingram is exactly the type of player that I think we need. Right there in the middle at the 4. That was the type of player I wanted.
No.
He is not especially great at
he's horrible on defense. He's a nightmare on defense.
He's not especially great, but he's a bucket getter. And
the last thing we need is another bad defender.
Well, I mean, I will tell you, I can't say Brandon Ingram to me is an underachieving player. He's an underachiever. He have all of the skill set to do incredible things? Yes. And when you look at his numbers, 21.8 per game, 5.9 rebounds, 3.7, shoots 48% from the field. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong at all. And he shoots 84% from the free throw line. 3-point shooting, he's not the greatest, but he's always around 37, 30, 36. But this year he's at 31. So he's struggling.
He gets steals.
He also averages a steal a game. The only thing about him is, like I said, from a consistency standpoint, he has always been up and down. Now, I don't know how he's been now that he's with Toronto. When he was with New Orleans, always up and down. And the only good thing I take, I tell you, if gambling is bad, guys, but the only good thing it forces you to look at players that you normally don't look at. And I've seen him. Me so I'm like, nah, I'm not messing with BI. But so I just want.
But I had used him and he's helped me. So
yeah, I mean, he's had moments. But anyway, guys, so that's what they look like. Now let's do a little team breakdown, just because that's what they do these days, right? Let's see what the numbers look like between the two teams, how they both are faring. One more right here. 30th.
12 and 6, 14 and 5.
Preview game charts. There we go. Let me share this with you guys so you guys see what I see. right. And let me move this off the screen. Give me a second. All right, so this is the numbers. This is what it looks like. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Okay. So Knicks are averaging 120.7 points per game. Look at Toronto right there at 119. They score in the basketball. Well, Knicks are at 45. Right. 45.7 rebounds. Toronto's at 42. Okay. Assists, we're at 27 per game. They're at 29, almost 30 per game. Steals, 8.3 for the Knicks, 9 for them. That's kind of a wash. Blocks, that's a wash, 4.3 to 4.2. Turnovers, that's a wash, pretty much 13.4 to 14. Shooting from the field, 47 for the Knicks, almost 50% from the field for them, 37 for the Knicks from 3, and 37 for them. This is going to be interesting, guys, because they're not a bad shooting three-point team, and we know how the Knicks defend the 3. So the Knicks are going to have to light it up. I'm telling you, they're going to have to light it up. Fast break points, 14.8 to 20. They get out and run a little bit more than we do. Second chance points, 17 for the Knicks to 14 for them. We do better there. And then points in the paint, which is what I expected, 47.9 for the Knicks, 53.8 for them. They do better in the paint. We are starting to do better now. Our numbers the last couple games, we've been better. So eventually I think that that points in the paint is going to get a lot higher. But right now, they've got the edge. So it is what it is, man. OG would make a really big difference in this game, but we don't have him. It's going to have to find a way. And with that height difference, hey, listen, this is what we're going to see what Mike Brown does. Out of necessity, he might switch it up. He may not do it in the first game. He may go out there and play the normal style of basketball. But that's the good thing about playing the team back-to-back in a weird way. For the NBA Cup game on Tuesday, you never know. He may use Diawara more, may go to a Huck Porty to try to bring some size in. You know, he's got a dress rehearsal. He's got
to that point, if you remember, the first game that Huck Porty started last season was against the Raptors. Unfortunately, he injured himself, but he did play really well before then against Scotty Barnes. So, you know.
Yeah, so he's got a chance. I'm sorry. I didn't get to see this super chat. Apologies. Shout out to Jersey Shore. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, time to put Diawara out there, trial by fire. Hey, D-Rex is on the board with that. I got to tell you, man, I don't like to think about it, so I just try to ignore it, but I'm really upset that we can't really play Tosan and Jemison. I like those kids. I didn't think I would, but I like them. I was like, I don't know these dudes, but now I know. I like them. It is what it is.
Jemison solid.
I especially like Jemison. It's funny you just said that at the same time. He's back to the rim. He puts the arm up in the air. He calls for the ball. He throws good picks. I really.
He's got some athleticism, which we lack team-wide athleticism. Yep. And I like the fact that also, we talk about Yabusele for him having that size and whatever extra weight he's got on, like throwing that around. And he doesn't really throw it around. Like Jemison is much more physical than Yabusele. Jemison uses that strength that he's got. So, and the Knicks need that. Say what you will, you miss certain things when you don't have it. Yes, there's other bad things that you did have, and you're like, well, this ain't working no more. But you miss having a Jericho Sims to be out there and move his body. He had great feet, and he could he set good screens, and he had some muscle. And we don't really have that. Mitch is strong and he enforces his will, but he's on a limited minute restriction. So he's only out there 18 minutes. We play 40-minute games, so you're lacking it at times. Cat only throws his weight around on the offensive side. On the defense, you don't see it. Offensively, yes, we've seen him run in there like a bull in a china shop. But offensively, that's one thing. Defensively, we're lacking some of that strength and power from a tall standpoint, center position. And I don't really think that's Huck Porty's game. Huck Porty's more of like a finesse center. He doesn't really, he's not like physically imposing his will.
You don't think so?
Nah,
No, not
he's
at all.
a defender that has good block timing. But the part of the reason why, shout out to Sherwin, who always complains about Huck Porty's defense, is his man-to-man, body-to-body defense is not physical enough to affect the guys he's going up against. And so he plays more of a finesse style. That's why guys score on him and get past him. If you don't get the block, then it's bad defense. That's how you look at it and say, oh, that's bad defense. Because if he blocks it, okay, you say, hey, he played good defense on him. But if he don't get a block, it's bad defense. Like the guy has to score. He doesn't do anything else to affect the guy. And another thing about the Knicks, when it comes to defense, like there's other little things that they can do more of that some guys can't take a chance at because you get in foul trouble. But if they learn the skill, right, it's not something you learn overnight. It's something that takes a season, off season, practicing and being better at. The ability to swipe the ball out of somebody's hands is a skill. Guys like Kyle Lowry and all these other dudes, they gave us fits doing that towards our players. We don't have guys on our team to do that. Now, granted, I did see Kolek got one yesterday.
I was about to say, yeah, he got a few. Actually.
He did. So, but I knew Kolek could do that, guys. I just haven't seen it. Because when I talked about Kolek when we first got him, I said, yeah, he doesn't really play great defense, but he does do some things, right? I've seen him swipe the ball. His thing was every time a guy goes up, he swipes the ball out their hands. So that's his defense. He wasn't really doing that with the Knicks. So guys got to get into whatever you can do. Just try to do that. If you get in foul, what's it going to hurt Tyler Kolek if he picks up a couple quick fouls trying to swipe the ball out of somebody's hands? He's only playing 10 minutes, if that.
Right.
Just, let's try to see what we can get out of you.
Do it 4 times just in case they need you right now, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. And plus, this Knicks team, we are weird defensively because maybe we are bad at defending the three, but their paint defense has been pretty strong. They've been pretty solid. They've got ups and downs lately, but for the most part, they play pretty good defense in the paint. And our steals, we klepto now with the way now we lost OG, but when OG and McCall is out there, and Deuce is known for getting steals when he feels like he can gamble. Like they've got guys that can change the game and create opportunities, more opportunities for the offense going forward. Just certain things that the Knicks do well, even though they're struggling in certain aspects. They have their moments. Yeah. Anyway, so I just want to get your final thoughts on this game on Sunday, Knicks versus Toronto. How do you feel about it now that you see the matchup, knowing that once again, matchup always, every time we see these matchups, it always shows that these two teams that they play are all, the teams are always closer than you thought. And so once again, here we are. So Nick Nation, what's your thoughts, brother? How you feel about the Knicks versus the matchup with Toronto, also knowing that Toronto's got good team height? That could be an issue.
Yeah, definitely probably a slight issue for us. The only one I think I really worry more about is Scotty Barnes, because Scotty Barnes is much more aggressive and willing to oppose his will. When he catches a mismatch. He's also the guy on the other end who at times, especially during crunch moments, will jump up to defend Brunson and can cause, Brunson a few problems because he's a very good defender. Fortunately, Brunson sometimes can counteract that. But overall, between Ingram, I just don't, I'm not an Ingram fan. Scoring wise, he's a great scorer, but defensively, he is like a wet paper towel. You know what I mean? You go right through this guy. He's not holding nothing. So I think if he gives, for 20, he's giving up 20 as well, easily. So, and Ingram's not the guy that's going to definitely get any kind of stops on you. But for the most part, I'm not worried about this game in that sense. If we can oppose our will, if Cat can oppose his will, if we can just secure rebounds, we get out rebounded. If you see that, then that's a problem. As long as we can secure the rebound and not give this team second and third shots, I think that, the Knicks can just pull it, the Knicks can pull it out. I don't think that they have, enough of an offensive barrage where they're going to just, come off and start, beating us like that. And my biggest thing is to secure the rebounds. If we can secure the rebounds, hit our free throws, is you know what I mean. Don't do nothing abnormal. I don't really. I'm not really. You know, Toronto doesn't scare me per se, especially with RJ out. I think RJ at times, Broadway Barrett can, come out sometime, and RJ is a guy that can easily, get 25, 27 points. He's a fit. He's still he's still a physical guy. He gets better downhill, now whenever I do get to see their games, but not a team that I'm worried about. And I think that the Knicks probably should handle these teams. And even back, I know back-to-backs are tough, but I think that we can still, especially with RJ, there on the bench. As long as we are securing rebounds, and if God knows, if we can get Cat, if we can get Cat moving, if we can catch Cat, maybe catch Cat more on the move toward the basket as opposed to standing still all the time. You know what I mean? So I don't, it's that Cat thing it's still disturbing me. But for the most part, I just think that this is not a team that I'm overly concerned about. And I think that we, if the Knicks come to play, yeah, I don't think that this team could beat us at all. Secure the rebounds, don't turn the ball over stupidly, and I think we win this game. I think we win this game easily, hands down. That's just my opinion, but
I dig it, man. I mean, I think that you're right. That's what they got to do. Secure the ball, and they gotta come to play. Just once again, you're not taking any team for granted. Well, they're not going to take it for granted because they know they're coming in with a better record than your team, right? So 14-5 is eye opening. You're like, oh, okay, Toronto. But they are going to miss RJ's 19 points per game, just like the Knicks miss OG's points. They average 6 guys in double figures: 21 from Brandon Ingram, 19 from Barnes, 19 from RJ, 15 from Quickly, 10 from Podol, and 10 from Mushkeveli. So, yeah, they're gonna come. They're gonna put some numbers up there. Knicks just gotta play strong defense and really deal with them. Now, they don't really have a rim protector. I mean, Podol is okay, like he has his moments, but he's not really. He had a good block in last night's game, but he's not really a rim protector. So from that standpoint, the Knicks might be okay once they get in the paint. The issue is because of the height that they got, that might affect jump shots, might affect the smaller guys, the Josh Harts, the Deuce McBrides, I guess that's it. I don't want Brunson's going to score no matter who is on him, and Jordan Clarkson I think can get his way to an open shot.
Oh yeah. One other thing is, I hope they don't call this is not a tournament game. The second one's a tournament game, right? Yeah, because the way that they called that game last night, I thought was horrible. I mean, I thought there was some really horrible officiating last night. Really horrible. There was a lot of blatant fouls that were what's name called, and then you called it ticky tack in the first half, and then in the second half you said, I'm just gonna let it go. And there was a lot of physical abuse in there. And Giannis is putting arms, hooking guys. If Cat got anywhere near the calls that guy got, he would be averaging 14 points at the line easily. What they did last, I just think it's just criminal at certain points. What guys get away with. And the official, and I look at officials right there. I looked at what's name's son last night. He used to play for us. I'm sorry, I'm bad with names, y'all. What's the guard? He's dead. He was on the Knicks. His father was on the Knicks. What's his name?
Harper.
His father's in
Harper.
No.
Oh, that was the game before. My bad.
Cole Anthony.
Oh, yeah.
Cole Anthony goes down on one of those plays and he gets up, for a layup. What's name gets in front of him? I think it was Hart, whoever it was. I could look and see the official standing right there and look at Cole Anthony do a full extension as he laid that ball up. And what are we sitting there doing? That official's like this, no call, no nothing. Things like that where it's just openly blatant calls. Make the call. Be professional. Make the call. Because it looks like on the other end, you damn sure make it what's name against us. we were into the penalty. In the first half, if you look at it, they just swung the pendulum. In the first half, those guys was within 6 minutes of the game, they was in penalty. In the second quarter, same thing. The next thing, I don't think they got into the penalty at all in the next points of it. What they did, it was down toward the end. Why? Because all of a sudden these officials started swallowing their whistles. And I don't know what is going on and whatever happened with Cat, but if it takes him coming out and do a press conference and apologize to these officials for them to start calling it fair or level, you know what I mean? Because there's something. I try to separate myself, from fandom. You know what I mean? When you're watching a game and you're just saying, "Oh, they're not what's name my team." But Cat is, man. It was a couple of plays where you see him drive. You see Giannis on his back. You see the other one on him, like 2-3 fouls, not one call. It's like they looking at him like, it ain't gonna happen for you, buddy. And to me, that it begins to get like just egregious. So that was my only listening to add to that. Sorry about that, guys. I'm a little long-winded.
No, that's fine. Let me get to D-Rex and then get to Jay. And by the way, these are also your final words. Did you have anything else you wanted to get at, Nick Nation?
Nope, that was it, brothers. And hey, just that. Hey, make sure you just let me know where to. We'll talk off.
Yeah.
Where to send for that.
I got you.
I'm a man of my word. So
I appreciate it, brother. I gotta get it together and figure out.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's what you
my
address. So once again, guys, if you missed it earlier, Nick Nation showed his hat that he won from the raffle. Put it on cam. There it is. You know what I mean? It's real out here, B. And because of his generosity, he said that he wants to donate the proceeds of purchasing 2 more hats to do another raffle. So decided that we'll do another raffle for the holidays sometime around the Christmas time, maybe the week before or whatever, something like that, because I know everybody's going to be all over the place. It's the holidays. So yeah, we'll do one on the Saturday show so more people get to be a part of it. And we'll figure it out, and I'll work on getting some stuff together to add to his generosity, so there'll be more of a pot of winnings. I'll stay tuned. I'll let you know when that's going to go down. But once again, appreciate you, Nick Nation.
Anytime, brother.
D-Rex, your thoughts, final words, thoughts about the Toronto game, and any final words you might have.
So the Toronto game, first of all, to the point, I think Cat, the refs definitely don't like him. I mean, it's a weird relationship. They have a trauma bond. I don't know what it is, but it's not a good situation. For the Raptors game, there's 2 things I don't want to see. I don't want to see the Knicks look small and unathletic, and I definitely do not want to see Sandro Mamushvili go off again from 3 uncontested. I don't want to see any more NBA records get broken. Just even if you lose, do not let that guy go off, please and thank you. As far as if they were going to experiment, I feel like they should experiment for this game to try maybe something different and then be a little more settled for the cup game, because it seems like it seems like the Knicks want to win the cup, right?
It seems that way. I mean, at least they're taking it seriously.
Even I remember Mike Brown said, like, he asked them about, do you guys want me to keep you in? Run up the points a little bit. And they said yes, apparently. So, I mean, look, they want some hardware. I don't blame them. I think all of Knicks Nation is behind them in that. Like, it's not, the equivalent of a championship, but
I mean, forget the hardware. It's that money. That money helps because
Ron, you beat me to my last word.
Millionaires, you know what I mean? Even for millionaires, that money is I got family members on my back. Can I do this? Can you help me here? Hey, I just want some free money. Hey, here you go. Family.
Josh Harker used it. They stole $185,000 in jewelry from him. So
first off, $150,000, right? Something like that.
185.
185.
So if they get to the finals, forget the finals. They get to the semifinals. Josh Hart makes his money back, and he'll sleep a little better at night.
I looked it up. As of that quarterfinal win, they get $53,000 per player.
Right.
Next one is $106,000.
Yep.
The runner-up is $212,000, so that's a lot.
Right.
And the champ gets $530,000. So
correct.
That's a lot. And I remember, I don't. Maybe it was the Lakers, but I remember that one of the teams that won, they gave it to like all the end of bench guys or something like that. LeBron need $500K. So that would be cool. That would be cool. But yeah, I mean, I would like to see, in my opinion, Huck 40, just because we do need the size, we do need the length. Mitchell Robinson is not going to play the whole game. Cat does usually have high averages against the Raptors for whatever reason. I remember last season he was like kind of the deciding factor against the Raptors a lot of times. Seemed like it really, I don't know why, I was very motivated to play against them well, but that would be great. So I would like to see Huck to even that out a little bit. But we'll see. I mean, it's definitely a challenge. They're even a bigger team, I think, than last season, right? With Sandro and these other guys that they added, even more physical, right? And even if RJ Barrett's not playing, Emmanuel quickly wants to go off against the Knicks again, and everybody wants to, but especially the narrative there. So I also do like that it's. I mean, this stretch is very interesting also because we play the Raptors Sunday. Then Tuesday, Wednesday is a Boston-Charlotte back-to-back. The 7th is Orlando rematch at noon, which we know how that is for the Knicks. And then 2 days later, we're back to playing the Raptors on the 9th for the Cup. So that's a very intense schedule, I feel like. You have a back-to-back. You have a rematch against the Magic, who's really been like a thorn in our side, a big opponent for us early. And that Boston game at Boston – they got a little bit more in shape, it seems like. And, we beat them in the season already once in the playoffs. It's never going to be a normal game versus Boston, you know what I'm saying? Especially in their building. So it's a big stretch, intense stretch. The Raptors is a big challenge. I hope they can pull it out. I hope they can figure out some kind of formula to beat the Raptors. It would be nice to advance in the Cup. It would be.
I agree. It definitely would be, just something they could say, hey, that we did something in the middle of the season, gives you a little bit more of, hey, gave us that playoff feel, and it's something that can help them. And plus, the good thing is like these teams that they're going up against, this is a good test for the Knicks as far as teams that are playing well. I mean, in the East alone, you got to play Toronto, who has a better record than you, and on the other side is Miami versus Orlando. Those are another two teams that you had some issues with. So that's why I like it. That's the good part of it. So we'll see. Jay, your thoughts, final words, my brother?
Well, I just want to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. And if you can't be good at it, I want you to be right. Now, I'm not going to do it. I won't do it. I'll leave. I'm sorry. I'm just practicing my Ron, being that my middle name is Ron. And it comes out on here as that. So, look, we are looking to go upward, not downward, or not even stay at the same plane. Just read an article a little while ago, and then I reread a little bit of it in between, that the Knicks are winning with heart, right? And then it was kind of named a few things. I want to see them do what they've been doing, and I don't want to see any regression. They recently, one of the games that really hurt was the game that we were firing on all cylinders. I got a lot going on in my life. I can't remember the game. And the second half, what was the game with the second half? We kind of got, it's like the only game we really got blown out recently. Not blown out, but
the Magic?
The Magic.
Magic, right.
Magic,
so the Knicks are good enough to hang with, I believe, every team in the league to hang with. Can we beat every team in the league? OKC is special. Some teams are just special teams. We have a very good core. I would like to see us be more efficient. I would like Cat to get more involved. I would like to see Cat get vocal. I don't want him to get spanked on the sideline by Bridges. I want him to go out there and look Bridges straight in the eye and be like, "What? This is what you want? Good. Back up off me. This is what I'm doing." And Cat has to be the guy who listen, you could hear anything you want in life. Like when I'm parenting, sometimes I hear my mom in the background or my dad in the background, things that I didn't want to hear from them at all. You could try to teach somebody something over and over again until they actually want it, until they implement it in their life. You won't get it. I want to see Cat implement it. Implement the things that are being yelled at him, told to him, taught to him, all those things. I'm not quite sure how great having Dad there on the sideline every year is. I'm something I've been thinking about a lot lately. Is like, is it too much pressure for him? Is it weird like that? He looks over and maybe his dad's looking down, and is he playing for himself? Is he too emotional? I want to see Cat just lock into playing basketball and playing at the best level that he can. We have a great team. We have a great core of players, and there is no reason that we should lose to this team that has, I believe, their second highest score, or one of their highest scorers out right now. We could out rebound this team. We should out rebound this team. And when you showed that graph, it looked pretty equal to me, right? So they're a team above us. We should want to be where they are. In order to be where they are, we got to play our style of basketball and go at it. And there was, when we were going on streaks, we were doing that. It was pass, shoot. Pass, shoot. That was the name of the game. And I just want to see our defense get a little bit better. Brown said something the other day I really disagreed with. He was like, I don't think our defense looks that bad. Like, I know he's not gonna throw his players under the bus, but sometimes you really got it. They say you can't be friends and whatever. You can, but you gotta know when to draw the line and say, okay, now I'm the coach, and this is what we're gonna do. All right, and go and implement that. And so I expect them to go out there and play their hardest. Winning this Emirates thing, to me, I don't know how I really feel about it, Ron. I really can't tell you. I want to win the championship. But it's a step in the right direction. I do think that it's a great thing for the younger people to get some money. But then again, I saw something in the chat. New York's going to take half of it anyway. So and that's a lot of reasons why we don't get some of these players. I really believe that whole shenanigans with LeBron when he did the press conference and he went to Miami because Miami had no state tax. So I really think that's what it is. I believe in our team. I just want to see consistency. And if we can keep playing the way we have been playing the last few games, I don't care who it is in front of us, we should be able to win. But we need our bigs to be involved in that. We need them to be involved in that. We need our defense to get a little bit better on that. And we definitely need to step up on the wings. I don't care who their best player is that drives. Stay on the wings on them. Let them get the 2 points. Because we can shoot threes too. Stay on that perimeter. So tell you what. Besides that, it's basketball. So enjoy it. Enjoy who you watch it with. And enjoy those stuffing mashed potato sandwiches, and reach out to people. Another thing I saw in there, I'm gonna end it like this. And I just recently did it, and it felt really good. I reached out to somebody I haven't seen in a long time. The season, like we're in holiday seasons. A lot of people don't do well in those times, man. Reach out to people. Reach out to people, man. Make sure that they know that they are thought of and that they're loved in some sort of way, because it's a tough time for a lot of people, especially now with inflation and the cost of things and how things are. Damn, I wish I was in the Emirates Cup right now, to be honest.
I hear you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, God bless everybody. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Let's go Knicks. Thank you, Ron, again for giving us such a great platform and a good conversation. Always appreciated. And next time you do one of those things, please put my name 5 times in the wheel. And I still won't win, but it's all right.
Right.
God bless you guys. Have a wonderful weekend. Great show.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. Thank you to everybody, man. Shout out to well, first off, before I get that, let me say shout out to Knicks Nation 112 where the players dwell. I see you in the chat. Appreciate you, my guy. And also shout out to Wolverine. I know I probably already shouted you out, but I want to make sure I say what's up once again. Danny Landis in the building. Shout out to you, my brother. Hope your son is doing well and still sticking with basketball. Appreciate you, my guy. Thank you to everybody who joined me on the panel. Shout out to Tori B. Appreciate you, Tori. Yuri, who made an appearance. Appreciate you, Yuri. Shout out to D-Rex, coming back, a little hiatus. Good to see you, as always. Jay Chosen, appreciate you, my brother. And shout out to Knicks Nation, the other Knicks Nation. We got 2 Knicks Nations, so appreciate you as well, my guy. Thank you so much for the support and the love that you guys all show, and the courage to come up here and talk your talk, while everybody else views you and criticizes you about your thoughts and but I'm not saying it in a bad way, but when you come up here, you got to take the heat, because you're going to feel a certain way. Somebody's going to say something about how you feel. So being comfortable enough to come up here and do it and sit through it and get through it. And hopefully by the end of it, we're all in an understanding place of, even if we don't agree, hey, that's your opinion. I get you. I may not agree with you, but I understand it. And that's all I want when it comes to people on the show. As I said before, when we talk about people who may have strong opinions, you're entitled to your opinion as long as you're respectful. You're entitled to your opinion as long as you can take an opinion. You're entitled to your opinion as long as you all on the bottom line of it is, it's because you're a Knicks fan and you want the Knicks to win. Because sometimes, I had 2 things for you guys real quick. One is a quick thing. My father-in-law, rest his soul, passed away years and years ago, but he used to gamble. And some people do things just for the sake of doing it. He won money and won big one time and then lost it before he left. I was like, so did you really care about winning the money, or do you just like gambling? Some people do things just because. This is what I'm trying to get at. I'm like, you a Knicks fan? You want the team to win, or what is it? Do you care about that at all? Or everybody's different. Not trying to judge people. I'm just saying people are different. So, and the other thing I was want to share with you too, shout out to Jay for his words about, checking in on your peoples. Like I said, I got to be better at doing it myself. I still got a lot of people I got to reach out to. I've reached out to a couple, but every day is a different day. So I just got to pick my days and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to reach out to 2 people today. Whatever. It's going to take me some time to get. I know a lot of people, a lot of cool people that I've met in my life. So it doesn't take much just to reach out and say, hey, I don't know what you got going on today. I was thinking about you. I hope you and your family are well. Just wanted to check in and say hello. That's it. I say that too because I got a vendor that I work with, and I don't know him personally, but he shared some information with me that I thought was incredible that he would even share it with me. But then after he shared it with me, I felt so bad. Like I hadn't talked to him. I hadn't seen him in a while. It's been a couple months. I'm like, because when you have vendors at work, they help you with certain things. But if everything's good, you don't need to really talk to your vendor. So I talked to him about something, and he worked on that with me. And then he was like, yeah, no, it's just been tough. I was diagnosed with this. Like, oh, wow. And then, a couple months ago, my mother passed away. Then 2 months later, my father passed away. I'm like, oh my God. Like, you don't know what's going on with people. Like,
no idea.
Let's reach out, because that is terrible. And I honestly, on Thanksgiving, the day before, all I could think about was him. Because he sent me an email, wished me a happy Thanksgiving. I wished him the same. And all I was like, man, I don't know how this brother is getting through today or tomorrow. I'm like, this is tough. So, like I said, just reach out to your peoples. You never know what's going on. And it's the right thing to do, man. You never know. Times is tough. So.
And it flies by, Ron. And it flies by.
Oh, it definitely flies by. That's the joke that now that we older, I could go into any store right now, see somebody who's older like me, or not, at this age, and say the same thing, and they're like, "Yep," because we all know it. I'm like, man, you see how like Thanksgiving hit us, and then Christmas is right around the corner, then it's another year. I said this the other day in the store, and the guy was like, "Who are you telling, brother? I know. I think about this all the time." Like, that's life. As you get older, these holidays is going like this, man. Just gotta enjoy it. Take it for what it is. Sometimes I'll be honest. At this point in life, I'm not always even looking forward to the holiday, because I know once the holiday hits, that means the year's almost over. Like, damn it, now it's another year of life. That's like,
Listen, when January comes, I always get nervous because my birthday's in March and my next one is 50.
Oh,
and
hey, young man, welcome to the club.
Yeah. So when you were talking about I was like, all right, I'll be quiet and just listen to the older guy. You know what I mean? But
it is what it is, y'all.
It is what it is. But I'm grateful I made it, because back in the day, there's no way I would have ever thought I would have made it to this point. And you know what? I want to be careful even saying that.
Yeah, man.
Because you take it day by day and enjoy each day. Because exactly, Tori, one day, just the other day, I was 21 running, or 19 running in the bodega, getting, a beer and thinking I was the coolest guy in the world because I could get it without getting, carded and all this other crap. Now I got to worry about paying for a Sweet 16 in May. Like that's life.
Yeah.
So sometimes I want everybody to know, it does take, I know coming onto this thing, it takes a little bit of guts, because I know we're going to get chewed out and some things we're not going to agree. But we should not be like arguing with each other at all. There's way bigger problems in the world than the Knicks not having a power forward.
That's a fact. Hey, that is a fact, man. Listen, nobody can be perfect. Just try your best to be better than you were yesterday. And I tell you, the hardest thing that we can do, and this is me, like, I'm not preaching. This is real. Our society is cooked. You guys know it. Us as being like middle-aged, older people, we look at, and kids be thinking like we too hard on their generation. We're coming down. Y'all do some wild stuff, and y'all don't care about nothing anymore. If y'all just care about your society and your livelihood and where it's going and just how you treat each other, you would get what we saying. Nobody's perfect. Everything you see now, we've all seen it. We saw it worse, the 80s and all that crazy. But
wow.
There was a little bit of humanity there. Like, there's certain things like, well, we won't do that. Like, yeah, I see. No, they doing this. That's crazy. But they ain't going to do that. Like, we got to chill. And that's what I'm saying. Like, the only way we can help it is if people, I don't curse here. We got to get out of our own ass. Okay. And stop. It's not all about you. At some point in life, we got to start thinking about others. If we can start thinking about others, right? Let me just today, let me just do one nice thing or say one nice thing to somebody. Maybe that lifts their day, whatever it is. If we can just try to we can become good people again, because we're all desensitized. We're recording everything like it's cute instead of helping or trying. Like, this is a wild generation. So all I'm saying is, let's start trying to do something. Just the littlest thing that you think, this don't take me much to say, hey, beautiful day. Walk old lady across the street. Do whatever. It doesn't matter.
Right. No, it doesn't.
I used to help back in my old apartment complex. I used to help the lady with her groceries come up the step. Like, there ain't nothing. She used to bless me. She used to come from Puerto Rico, bring me ganepas and sugar cane and stuff. Like, I don't care.
I love canepas.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you just don't
man.
do it. Just do it. Like, this, we so cooked, man.
And make a TikTok of it.
True though.
Post that TikTok out to Instagram of yourself.
It's this. It's this right here. This is one of the biggest problems.
But all right, but like D-Rex said, even if that's the case, let's use them. Let's use them for good. Like, so now we are so cooked as a society. Even when you see something, this is okay. I know I'm on my soapbox right now. This is the last thing I'm going to say. Even when they do something good, well, why did you have to film it? God damn it. Like, if we don't film it, we'll never see it. Somebody got to see something positive. I'm not saying like everything should be filmed. Like, I get it when the celebrities do it because they're trying to do their PR and stuff. Okay, but a regular person filming a kind deed or something nice is to inspire. It's not to glorify. It's to let somebody else see something good in the world for a change. And maybe, hey, this world ain't over. You know what I mean? Whatever.
Right.
All right.
No,
it's why I use the term pay it forward.
I hear
because
you.
Because it was such a powerful movie that it taught me a lesson, and you know what I mean. And I recommend a lot of other people see that movie, but it is definitely a powerful statement, and it's something that I try to implement in my life. Is to some point pay it forward, because you need people there for you. We all do.
Appreciate it, man. It starts with acts of kindness, guys, and then hopefully someday it all translates to some other things. Like, it's all about the spiral thing. Just trying to be better people, because then something can come out of it that you may not even think about it. If people start acting better towards each other right now and get into a pattern of it, maybe down the line you'll see a benefit you wasn't even thinking of. Hey, I got into my first business. I didn't know what to do. It was just one of those things. I tried to wing it and I was learning. And then I went to a store to pick up some supplies and I met a guy and he told me, and I told him about my business. And he was like, well, did you ever think of doing this? Did you invest in this? Make sure you get this because that'll protect it. And then I'm like, he helped me. And I'm like, now my business is doing great and I'm not losing the money out. Like, just littlest things. You just never know what's going to come from something. Anyway, all right. I'm done, guys. Anyway, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still, Knicks fans will be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30-ish, depending on how I flow, for Know the Ledge, where we all get together and have these moments where we talk about our favorite team, as well as can have an introspective moment at the end of a show. Hey, you never know.
It seems like every show now. It's great.
I know, it seems that way. Shout out to all you guys once again for being here and hearing me out and getting into this conversation. Or you can catch me on Monday nights at 9 p.m. for SKF Weekly with myself, my brother John, my brother Jose, holding it down on the ones and twos. As we go through a recap of the Knicks previous week of games and stuff like that. So thank you guys once again for being here. Thank you for your continued support. Please smash that like button if you haven't already done so. That helps me, helps the algorithm, helps the tube know that, hey, you guys like this show on Saturdays. It's one of the good shows on Saturdays. It lets YouTube know, hey, that's probably a good show. And looks like it, the Saturday people love it. Hey, we'll take it. We'll take whatever they give us. So thank you guys once again for all the love and support. As I always say, we talk about this, but we talk about it as fans who want to see our team win a championship. We want to see our team be better. It's not to criticize. It's not to downplay the hard work and the effort of these players and how much we enjoy watching them. You guys know we yearn for this. How many of y'all are so happy that it's next season, instead of the off season, not watching basketball? You kidding me? So yeah, man, no matter what happens, no matter the criticism, the ups, the downs, the good, the bad, we are still Knicks fans, baby. Let's keep it going. And you know what? As people, we just got to try to do better. You know, I want to say if you're not good, you know, be good at it. But I also want to say, let's do good. Let's be better. All right. Let's try to do something good for once, for a change. Right. Let's make that our mantra before the new year. At least one of these days, we're gonna do something nice for someone else other than ourselves, and not family. That's cheating. That's too easy. Do something nice for a stranger.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, man. Anyway, once again, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for all the support. Once again, thank you to the panel, D-Rex, Jay Chosen, Nick Nation, Tori, Yuri. Appreciate all you guys. Take care. Catch you on the next one. Let's go, Knicks. Let's beat Toronto on Sunday and beat them again on Tuesday. Why not? Let's get up out of here and make sure they know, hey, you come into the Garden, that's a problem. But don't think we won't get you on the road. That's what the Knicks got to do. They got to get that road demon back.
Yeah.
Let's get together, man. Get it cracking. We out of here, baby.
Peace.
Peace.